All you out there who love and follow Big Ten football already know this, but this week, this Saturday, this is when it gets serious. 3-game season. Here it goes. Welcome to the Voice of College Football. Yes, we break down the game we all love each and every day with you. Best discussion, debate, and analysis if you're part of the process. If not, it's just me, and that's not good enough. So please join the show. Give us a call. We've left the link in the description section of the video. We've also left the link in the chat as well. The Big Ten live show comes your way every Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So this is not just a one-time deal. We talk Big Ten football with all of you each and every Monday from 6 to 10. We've got a special coming up at 8 o'clock Eastern time where we've got the guys from Black Shoe Diaries headed in to preview Ohio State and Penn State. So if you want to talk about any other teams in the Big Ten, anybody else in the Big Ten, please get that out in the next 2 hours, because at 8 o'clock, we are focusing on Ohio State and Penn State. Because I understand, I've been told this. It took some time to convince me of this, but I've been told this, so I looked into it, that this is kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big matchup. We're going to review Week 7. We're going to look forward to Week 8. And besides the Buckeyes and the Nittany Lions, there's a in-state battle that is to be waged in Michigan. I've got a few videos that are slated to come out here soon. As soon as I cut them, I'm taking some notes right now because Jim Harbaugh today made a statement at his weekly news conference that before it's all said and done, that J.J. McCarthy is going to be the greatest quarterback in Michigan history. So I'm going to take a look at that. And also Iowa's path. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Don't you dare laugh. No, you can hold it in. Don't you dare. When I make this statement, I'm going to look at Iowa's path to the college football playoff. You promised. All right. We will look over Week 7 and review what was important. Kind of under the radar was Illinois' surprising win against Maryland as a 2-touchdown dog. Where did that come from? And again, we look forward to Week 8. Before I take this first call here, I also want to remind everyone, and I even forget this myself, even though I work hard in producing this each and every week, our Big Ten Paradigm podcast is released each and every Thursday morning, each and every Thursday morning. So be looking out for that. I typically think if they would tag me, they need to tag me on the College Gridiron Coast to Coast Network. I deliver it to them on Thursday morning. They post it, they tweet it out. Sometimes they don't tag me, and I completely forget about it. The way my work weeks are, if I did something 3 hours ago, that's long gone. I completely forgot about it. So Big Ten Paradigm, it's a completely unique piece of content. So it's not repurposed from anything else. Well, slightly, with some sound clips from some of the shows that we provide here on the team channels. And also, before I take this first call, Big Ten fans, Tuesday night's really your night as well. Here at the Voice of College Football, we do the Iowa live show at 5:30 Eastern over on the Hawkeyes channel with Corey Bratta. Then at 7 o'clock Eastern time is the Nebraska live show over on the Huskers channel with Greg Peterson and Justin Adams. Then at 8 o'clock Eastern time, John D'Adamo hosts Michigan Live over on the Michigan channel. So please check that out, because John brings on the best guests that he can find, and they are really good ones each and every week on the Michigan side and on the opponent's side. Shop on Amazon, and when you do, of course, grab the link in the description section of all the videos. It's right there. Please use the link that we provide, and it helps us grow and build the channel. All right. Welcome into the Voice of College Football. We've got Michael on the line.
Hey, Mark. How you doing?
I am doing well. How are you, sir?
I'm okay, considering a little bit under the weather from Saturday, but it's okay. Boy, some good football over the weekend, especially with the Illini and remember who you seen that coming?
I got to say, on one hand, it didn't surprise me. It actually went through my mind to pick that upset, but it did surprise me. It didn't make any sense. Maryland showed us to be, most people thought, the fourth best team in the Big Ten going into that game, and Illinois probably the worst team in the conference. So if the worst team in the conference beat the fourth best team, I don't know what to think of the lower portion of this conference. Just, it's pretty awful. But I did not see any of the game. I kept track of the score, but I didn't even look at the box score of that game yet.
No, anyway, but I will say this. So that was a nice opening drive for Purdue. And then all of a sudden, when he missed the field goal the way he did, I thought, man, this could be a long day for Purdue.
Yeah.
It looked like he was having their own way. But getting back to his Macias, though, yeah, he's a true freshman and stuff like that. But how do you get him out of the funk he's in right now, though?
Well, has this been going on prior to this game?
Yes, he has. He hit field goals and he's also missed, too. And to add insult to injury, they have a contest where students can win gift cards plus a 2-year lease from a local dealership.
I saw that.
Yeah. And they're wanting the kids to play. But no, the regular kickers should be back, but it's about a week. But no, seriously, though, being like, I don't know, man. I feel bad for him and stuff. But the thing I'm trying to figure out is there could have been, I don't know, did you watch the whole game Saturday?
Yes.
Was it me or was there times if Purdue's DBs look back towards the ball, they could have easily had maybe 2 or 3 interceptions?
Yes. But that is a difficult thing to do. So you are entirely correct. But not just Purdue defensive backs. You can watch
Everywhere.
any game and see. You have to flip on games on Sunday to see any semblance of that being a thing most of the time. It's just it's got to be a difficult thing to do. I can't necessarily speak to it based on experience because besides playing backyard football, I only played cornerback, into high school. So
he was on the dark side then.
And there were passes being thrown like 8 times a game. So I have no reference point. I do know that I can relate to this, that once you put on pads and a helmet, the athletic part of the game becomes much more difficult. It's much more difficult to find the ball, track the ball with a helmet on. And obviously these guys have been doing it every day for their lives. So it's different for them. But at least based on my experience, it's just a different deal. I can track a football, catch a football. You throw a football at me, even at my advanced age, as long as I've been practicing just a little bit, just get me out there for about 10 or 12 throws. I'm not going to drop anything. But it's different with pads and a helmet on. But that is a skill that, you don't see much in college football at all. But you are right. As soon as you said that, I thought of about 3 or 4 plays that, if Purdue defensive backs would have turned around, they could have tracked the ball and caught it and possibly gotten some turnovers.
Yeah. And I've never seen an offensive line get on the coaches like they did at the Purdue game. And which leads to this. Why is teams, regardless of level, going to shotgun when they're inside the 1-yard line for? Why not just line up under center?
I don't know. You got me there. I know that you hate that, and I do too. The only thing I can tell you about that explains it at all is because we're talking about offenses and we're talking about quarterbacks now and even centers, because of the change in offensive philosophy, not just in college football, but it's seeped down to high school and even junior high and recreational football and all that, peewee football. It's gotten so deep and it's been going on for so many years now. Those guys have been brought up. That's how you start the game. That's how you start the play. That's how you snap the football. It's not the direct exchange to the quarterback. It's a snap, like a punt.
Mm-hmm. And you broke my heart, man.
I did.
Yeah, but like when he was playing, he was on the dark side. He wasn't on the good side of the football.
Oh, on the defensive side?
Yeah, that's the dark side.
Well, I played some wide receiver too. This is back in, I'm talking junior high and high school. I'm talking about.
I played some on
almost everybody played on both sides of the ball.
Well, yeah, I did, but very, very seldom. No, I was just wondering stuff like that. But no, I just got a feeling. How bad is it going to be up at is the game in Ann Arbor or is it East Lansing Saturday? Michigan State.
That is a great question. Let me think about it. East Lansing.
Okay, and why does it have to be the NBC game of the week for? When everybody knows it's going to most likely be a repeat of what happened last Saturday in Arbor with IU and Michigan?
Because they've determined that's so. Fox obviously got the first choice, and they're going to pick the obvious game.
Yeah.
And then after that, CBS is going with a SEC game. And so, yeah, this is the second selection, and Michigan draws people. Michigan State draws a fairly good TV rating too, but Michigan does. And it's just going to draw people. It's just going to draw a high number. That game was played on ABC in primetime last year, and it got a huge rating, even though it was a boring 29-7 game.
Yeah, because I mean, have they even played a conference game on Big Ten Network, either them or Ohio State yet this year?
No.
I think Purdue's only been on Big Ten Network once themselves this year. And I think that was what the Fresno State game.
Well, with all these other options for channels, for networks, I don't know that that agreement hasn't been changed, because when you think about it, before, the number one game would go to Fox typically. Actually, it kind of went back and forth based on selection between ABC and Fox. And when I say ABC, I mean ABC/ESPN and Fox. And then it would go down from there to maybe anyway, there were less options. Those were the only two networks that had Big Ten games before this year. So the Big Ten network would get some decent games. But now, by the time they go to CBS and go to NBC, go to Peacock, then there's not that much left to choose from.
Yep. And I know it's not Big Ten related and stuff like that. It's SEC related. I hope Brock Bowers has a speedy recovery. But Georgia fans, it's not the end of the world, man. It's just an injury and stuff. Hopefully he'll be back in time for the CFP. But I do got to ask you this, though. Would you say there's maybe a 10 to 15% chance that the SEC might not get a team in the CFP this year? Or would you go like less than that?
What percentage?
10 to 15%.
Oh, yeah. Sure there is.
Yep. And is there a chance Missouri can shock the world and make it, or they got 2 losses already? I don't know.
They've got 1 loss.
They still got to play Georgia, though, right?
Yes.
No. Oh, that was going to be in Athens, I think. But no, they got it. I mean, I don't know.
They still have to play Tennessee. They still have to play Florida.
But are those both there in Columbia, or are they in Knoxville and Gainesville?
I don't know off the top of my head.
No, I was just wondering stuff like that. And yep. Well, it's the bye week for Purdue. Everybody can, but Purdue also took a major hit, losing 2 people. Like possibly one, I think, had a broken ankle, and the other one, I think, had a broken leg Saturday too. So Purdue's, I don't know, man. I mean, it'd be nice if we get a few more wins, but gotta see what happens first, because we're starting to get depleted.
Well, that is true, but just about everyone else is too.
Yeah. But I don't understand why people's getting on Ryan Walters everybody should know it's going to be a transition season. Can they still have a decent season? Yeah. Well, we got to find out, and that starts next week in Nebraska or Minnesota.
Well, they weren't competitive on Saturday.
No, that's the problem. And to me, it kind of remind me of the Syracuse game.
That game on Saturday reminded you of the Syracuse game?
Yeah.
Why?
Because at times during the game, Purdue went competitive and stuff, especially and stuff. That was just my opinion and stuff. Yeah,
you're talking about the Syracuse game that was 28-20 until a few minutes left in the game.
Yeah.
Versus this game that was 34-0.
Yeah.
At some point.
I thought it should have been a lot worse, but I digress too. But is Ohio State in trouble with the running back situation?
Are they in trouble? Not if they make the choice to play Dallin Hayden and Xavier Johnson, and they get one other back. If they get Chip Tranum back, that looks like it might be a while. Travion Henderson looks like he's close to coming back. If they can get one other running back and then finally play the guy who is the best running back on the team, and that's Dallin Hayden. I've been saying that for a year,
and he's a true
practically.
freshman, right? Or is he a redshirt freshman?
No, he gained 140 yards last year against Maryland, and then they did not play him against Michigan, inexplicably. And then he had about 5 carries against Georgia for about 5 yards per carry, which is tough to do. And he has not played it all this year until they got in injury problems against Purdue. And then they bring him back out and he goes, 11 carries for 76 yards. I know they're trying to redshirt him, number one. And number two, I know that Ryan Day's got it stuck in his mind. And I rarely criticize coaching decisions because they know so much more than I do, and especially know their own personnel. But Ryan Day has it stuck in his head that Travion Henderson's the best running back on the team, and that Mayan Williams, some combination of he and Tranum are 2 and 3, and then Dallin Hayden is not. And that's not the case. Dallin Hayden is the best running back on the team. I've seen enough by now to know that they are not playing the best running back. And if they do that, they have a chance to win the Big Ten championship and go to the playoff.
Another thing also, too, I'm not trying to laugh at it with what you said about Iowa, but it doesn't. But I got a feeling those stub their toes. But no, is this the first time this year since last year that they gave up a 100-yard rusher? Ohio State Saturday.
I would have to go game through game and try to figure that out. I guess the last one would have been
Michigan.
Donovan Edwards, Michigan. I don't think a Georgia back at 100 yards.
No, because it seemed like Purdue did have success chopping it up, or was it just the way they was blocking schemes, or is there issues with their run defense at times too this year? Considering I think that was the first time they've had a team have success running against them.
Do you think Purdue was actually effective running the ball?
At times, yeah. If I was looking,
they gave up a couple plays, sure. I think Ohio State played its best game on Saturday, and it wasn't perfect, but and I know Devin Mockabee had 110 yards rushing. He had 18 on the first play of the game, and he had a big play late in the first half that set up what should have been the field goal.
Or it should have been a touchdown.
Well, yeah, I guess it should have been a touchdown. He got stopped at the 1 or 2 yard line, and then they stopped them, and they had penalties and all of that. But I'm just saying they should have kicked a field goal, and then he might have had one other nice carry. I don't know. I see it a little bit different. His stats to me were a little misleading, but yeah, Purdue broke some runs against Ohio State. A couple 10 or 15 yard runs.
Yeah, because Devin's longest run was 21 yards, and then Card had a 13-yard run also. But no, what I'm saying is it seems like is this the first time that they've given up over 100 yards this season?
Oh, to the whole team?
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably. I don't know off the top of my head.
All right.
Notre Dame had well over 100 yards. Yeah, they had like 175.
Oh, speaking of Notre Dame, how surprised was you Saturday night that beat down?
I was not surprised that they won, but I was surprised that they, just manhandled USC. Yes, I was surprised, and I was surprised that USC's defense played fairly well, not as well as some people would think. You have to look into the numbers a little bit more, but that the offense struggled, and that's why USC lost.
Yeah, and Penix has to be the front runner for the Heisman right now.
Yes.
All right. Dinner is about ready for me. I'm going to get off here. I'm still in the stream, but I know you got other people and waiting and stuff like that. All right, sir. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Michael. All right, let's keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. We appreciate Nelson Hubble stopping by to talk some Michigan football with us. You can catch Nelson at Maize and Blue Review. They're on Rivals. Nelson, how's it going?
I'm doing great. How are you, Mark?
I am doing just fine. I appreciate your patience. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks for joining us. So we've got an in-state rivalry that's been more competitive in the past than it looks to be right now, and certainly wasn't last year. Michigan State comes in. I checked it today, 105th in yards per play, so they don't necessarily pose much of a threat against what could be termed the best defense in the country, possibly. And so your initial thoughts about this one?
I think this is the one that Michigan really gets them. I do. Last season, we thought, okay, maybe Michigan could blow them out here big time, but I think this is the year they do it, and I think they're motivated to. Um, and I'm looking at a 30-point win here. The line's at 24.5, and I'm looking at a 30-point win here, maybe more. Michigan's rolling; they're peaking at the right time. And when I talked to you in the preseason, or maybe it was week 1, I think it was preseason, and we talked about Michigan. My preliminary thoughts were, well, I don't really feel like they have that much to go as it relates to development. So I'm curious how it will relate to them building momentum as the season progresses. But they didn't start as hot as we expected them to against the non-conference competition. Now they dominated. They're one of maybe the only team in the country to win all of their games by 20 plus points. But nonetheless, they didn't roll Bowling Green. That was just a 31-6. I know that feels like they really didn't roll that in that game. But nonetheless, so I think they're starting to peak here, and the way that they've played against Rutgers, the way that they played against Maryland, or not Maryland, excuse me here, but Indiana here, and then moving forward they'll play Maryland. But I just think Michigan State's gonna catch them at the wrong time. Perfect storm for Michigan to destroy them. And frankly, prefer these rivalry games to be close, but things have been going downhill for the Spartans since Mel Tucker's allegations came out, and then he was fired, and it's not looking better. And I don't really like Harlan Bennett, to be honest, either. As a head man of a team, I don't think he says the right things in the press conferences. Don't know what it looks like behind closed doors. I think there's a reason he's been a position coach for a while, but he's a good guy, and I know that. And so there's that, but good guys don't win big games.
Well, it seems to be a pattern when programs get into difficult situations, controversial situations where a head coach has to be dismissed because of off the field conduct. And I can think of a handful like this, that they typically turn to somebody who is very much entrenched in the program, somebody who bleeds that school's colors. Of course, Harlan Barnett is, I believe, a graduate. He was a outstanding player there, whom I remember watching on a regular basis, and has been an assistant there for quite some time. And so, they're placing it in his hands. I doubt if he has any kind of real shot to keep the job long term. They're going to try to go out and try to make amends of their last decision and go national again, I would think, and try to go for the gusto. Let me ask you this, Nelson, in regards to this rivalry compared to the other rivalries, which I would think is just Ohio State. I know Minnesota is technically a rival with the it's not the Paul Bunyan's axe, it's the little brown jug. Thank you. Yeah. With the scores of every game on the jug that doesn't get played every year. So I think that lessens the rivalry, of course. How would you differ playing Michigan State, not on the field, but in terms of the animosity in the fan base, Michigan State versus Ohio State?
That's interesting because Michigan fans do not interact on the daily basis that they do with Ohio State fans, yet they still value that rivalry more than they value the Michigan State rivalry. That being said, bragging rights do matter in the office, going to work, wherever you might work, whether you work the construction site, the office, you work at a restaurant, whatever your industry is, it does matter because those are the things that people talk about at the water cooler, and I don't like to downplay this rivalry, but it definitely isn't as big of a rivalry as the Ohio State game. And that has something to do with the level of success that has been there between the two programs throughout the history. If there had been that sustained level of success, I think Michigan fans would care about it more. But in a year like this, I think Michigan State fans are just wanting it to be close. I don't think they're, no one I've talked to is expecting to even have a shot in this game. And that mindset, I don't know. I think there's some delusion that either Michigan or Ohio State fans will have going into the game either way, no matter how either team is playing. It does not ever feel that way with Michigan State and Michigan. It doesn't feel like when one team is really good that the other team steps up their game, at least how it's been since the beginning of the D'Antonio era. It just hasn't happened like that. So I think the level of appreciation for the rivalry is there. I don't think the animosity is to the same degree.
So nothing concerns you on Saturday.
I think Michigan could overlook Michigan State a little bit. And the Spartans have had parts of games where they've looked good. Coming out against Rutgers with a 24-6 lead, Rutgers is not a bad team. And so, hey, they blew that game completely. They collapsed. But there's something there. And if there is a time for them to get motivated to play a game without their former head coach under Harlan Barnett, maybe that's this game, and I think it would be. I don't think there's any other game on their schedule that they'll get up and play for, especially at home in a night crowd. So if they jump Michigan early and surprise them, could stun them. We've seen it. It's happened. I mean, the Indiana game, Michigan's first 2 possessions, they did not look organized. They looked like a mess, and then they went on to score on their 8 consecutive drives to close out the game, 7 of which were touchdowns. So, there's a possibility that Rutgers goes down, scores a quick touchdown, plays some good defense for a little bit, hangs in there for a little while, and then again, Michigan pulled away. So if Michigan State can keep from getting pulled away from and just sort of hang in there, there's a shot. Caden Hauser now coming in gives him a different look at quarterback, and he played pretty well against Rutgers. They lost, but I don't think he's got the requisite experience to come out and win a game this big. So even if Michigan State does give Michigan their best, I don't think it's enough, and I still think they lose by double digits.
Hauser was a roughly top 10, I think ranked 11th as a quarterback in the 247 rankings, at least, or whatever you want to use, Rivals or whatever the service. They're all about the same in regards to the rankings that I saw. That's what popped into my head, though. He was like 225 in the nation. So he's a pretty highly regarded quarterback coming out of high school. So we'll see what he can deliver with the spotlight on him for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes to the defensive side of things, too, for them. The issues at quarterback, if you can just get some consistent play with someone who's not going to turn the ball over, that's about all you got to ask for. Carter is a great running back, and people are overlooking him as a back across the conference. I think he takes a step next year if he stays with the program, and could be, one of those near the top guys if they really make running the football the important thing that I think they should in a rebuilding year. So it's going to come down to how the defense plays and not turning the football over. Special teams will obviously have an impact, but I think Michigan in all 3 phases are better than Michigan State. And whether or not they get stunned early, I don't think it's going to make a difference.
Is there anything that Michigan's dealing with right now in regards to injuries or any other storylines? I caught some of Jim Harbaugh's news conference today, but I didn't see anything along those lines.
Not really. I mean, I'm trying to rack my brain here, but I'm thinking, and I don't, there's no one that's a crucial player that's going to be missing any time here. I'm trying to think if there's anyone with something lingering, but I don't think so. I mean, most of this team is getting healthy right now. That secondary got healthy going into the Minnesota game, and a little bit before that as well. They were starting to get some guys back. So Mason Graham, though, along the defensive line, still dealing with a huge wrap on his hand from an injury he suffered a few weeks ago. But he's been back playing, and he's played very well. It doesn't look like it's hurt him at all. So I don't think there's anyone that they've lost, or maybe some depth pieces. But I'm just, again, trying to rag my brain. I don't think there are any injury concerns.
Khalil Mullings missed the game on Saturday.
Yeah.
Donovan Edwards, it can't be a coincidence that every time they hand him the football, he can't get more than 3 yards per carry. Like, this has been going on the whole season. I know he doesn't have a ton of carries, but again, another 9 carries, 20 yards on Saturday. And this is a guy that averaged like pushing 8 yards a carry and just had that phenomenal run. I don't know that he got the credit nationally that he earned down the stretch, coming in for Blake Corum, having the game that he did against Ohio State, Purdue, TCU, and then this season, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say because he had some injury issues in fall camp, which were kept very quiet. He barely played to begin the season, And now he's starting to come back and play a little bit more, and he just does not look like he got the reps that he's needed to early in the year. And I don't know when he'll return to form. I'm sure it will happen, and maybe at the right time. It just happens to be late in the season when you need him the most. But Edwards is an explosive runner, and I just have not seen the vision and explosiveness that he's had. He hits the hole. It just seems like he's kind of running straight ahead. He doesn't really, use the patience that he had last year. And I'm again not sure of any of the injury specifics. That's the rumor, is that he had an injury in fall camp, did not play very much, and we just don't know beyond that. So he's not back to form. He did not look that way last week. I thought this was going to be the week that he had been playing enough that he sort of stepped in against a very bad run defense at Indiana. And it turns out Michigan ran the ball okay, but their passing game was what was really working. So, but the Hoosiers are just, that's a brutal team. That's just rough what's going on there, especially on the defensive side of things. And switching your coordinator around on offense midseason is just a mess. So, but nonetheless, Edwards, he's healthy at this point. It's just going to be a matter of when does he get his feet under him the way that he had before.
Is there anything, Nelson, wrong with this football team?
Kicking game. I think that's got to be it. I think it's got to be James Turner's consistency in the kicking game. We've seen him miss a couple. He's been generally pretty good, but he's a preseason Lou Groza, and I don't think he has a shot at the award. He hasn't looked great. His range, I don't think, is great. He's just been okay. So if there's a way to put Michigan in tough situations, it's to keep them out of the red zone and make them kick field goals, or if you get them in the red zone, make them kick field goals, and just try to stop them from getting touchdowns, which they've been nonstop getting. Especially, their third quarters have been just incredible this season, which is a crucial part of the game. And we just haven't seen them have to play close games yet. So I don't know if he has the clutch gene. We'll find out eventually. I didn't do too much of a deep dive about his time at Louisville. It's hard to find stuff like that about a kicker. But yeah.
The only number that sticks in my head when he transferred was 20 of 21 last year.
Yeah, and as far as I understood, I'd have to check, but he did not kick very many long field goals. They didn't ask him to. Louisville wasn't very good last year either, so they didn't get a ton of scoring opportunities.
All right, Nelson, appreciate you being here. Nelson Hubble with Maize and Blue Review on Rivals. There you see the destination on the banner. So check out Nelson's work. Get yourself set for Michigan State. It may not be much of a game, but read in to everything that Nelson has concerning the Maize and the Blue. All right, Nelson, appreciate you stopping by. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, thanks for having me again, Mark. We'll see you around.
All right, let's keep it rolling here at the Voice of College Football. We've left the link in the chat, and also have left the link in the description section of the videos. We will look over when we get a chance here, week 7, to make sure we didn't miss anything out of week 7. And then, of course, week 8 is upcoming with the likes of Ohio State hosting Penn State and others. Sonny's on the line. Look at this. Sonny, what's going on?
Not very often do I get to get on the show with a smile on my face, so I wanted to take advantage.
Yeah, you should.
How's it going, Mark?
It's going well. It's going well. That I've been asked about 10 times by people whether I was surprised about that game. And I want to say on one hand, yes, because all logic said that Maryland should win that game, and the Vegas point spread said the same thing, although I've seen this happen enough through the years in college football that really no results surprise me anymore. So you're going to have to let us know how it happened, because while you're doing that, I'm going to look up the box score, because I did not see one play of that game.
It, without, obviously I watch all the Illinois games, and this is the first one where from opening kickoff to the end, Illinois played the type of football that we were kind of expecting them to play, the Brett Bielema ball. Every game this season, we are in a deficit in the first quarter. This one, not so much. I'm going to be upfront with you. We lost our two starting running backs. They were out. Keith Randolph didn't play. We were missing a lot of players coming in, and I wasn't exactly very optimistic too, considering this is the first time Illinois was on NBC since the 1990s. So I was like, really, this is a show that we're about to put on? But I genuinely think it was just one of those where this was the first game where Illinois got to stick to their game script, where they got a lead early, and they had a young freshman, 6'3", 250 pounds, Caden Fagan, who just basically was plowing through that Maryland defense. And, he was wearing them down, and Luke wasn't forced to make, throw after throw, coming back from a big deficit. The RPO was working because the running game was working. So it was just, it was nice. And ultimately, it was also Brett Bielema, I think, a little out-coaching Mike Locksley a little bit. There was at the end of the first half, Illinois was down 7, and we were on, I think, the 1-yard line. And there was only maybe like 5 seconds left, and it was 3rd and 1. And we were about to kick the field goal. And then Mike Locksley calls a timeout for some reason. And I was on a show with the Maryland folks. They don't know why he called a timeout. But in that time, Brett decided to change things up, and he brought the team back on to go for it. And we plowed it in to score, to even up the score at half. And then we had the ball coming into the second half. And once again, I think it was just compounding mistakes. Maryland, right out of the gate, decided to onside kick it, which gave Illinois some positive field possession. And, it's just, we got up 10 late in the fourth quarter, and, things got a little nervous. But again, it was just when we're in a situation where we have a lead with the new rules, it really favors the team that's looking to grind it out, milk the clock, hand it off to the running back, and just have a young quarterback who's not forced to make throws, because I think he's a very good quarterback, but he's not elite, and he just had his 8th start of his college football season. So, he's going to make those mistakes. You just don't want to exaggerate those mistakes and put him in positions where he's not in it to succeed.
Yeah, I believe that the rules changes were done in such a way that basically they accomplished what they were setting out to do. So they're setting out to do 2 things. Number 1, shorten the games to get in more TV time and not overlap the next game on the schedule. And so maximize the TV commercials and maximize the games, shorten the games, and get in just as much TV commercial time and shorten the games. So they've been able to accomplish that. But at the same time, if there is a close game, you still have the team that is losing with the opportunity inside 2 minutes, if they're only down 1 score, then to have the same circumstances that were present before the rules changes. But in a situation where you get up by more than a score, when it's a 2-score game, then it plays into the hands that you were just talking about, and we're going to see less big comebacks, 3-score comebacks in the last 7 or 8 minutes than we used to see because of that. Absolutely.
Yeah, and as long as we can kind of play that type of game that we played on Saturday, we're going up against Wisconsin Saturdays, and Mordecai is going to be missing that game, so it's our homecoming game where we're going to have it at home. It's just a different feeling because you asked me 4 days ago, I was staring at a 2-6 start to the 2-6 start to the season, 0-4 in the Big Ten. And, a couple of weeks ago at the Nebraska preview, I already conceded that you were right on, placing us so low in the Big Ten rankings. But, just to see us in that free fall, just when I myself was as optimistic as I was a bummer. But now all of a sudden, again, we've taken back one of the, we lost in Nebraska and Purdue, 2 teams that we should have won in order to get bowl eligibility. But I think we got one of those wins back by beating Maryland. So next week, we got Wisconsin coming in without their quarterback. They're still favored, and, they probably should be. I'm kind of tempering my enthusiasm for this win only because we know Maryland, in particular under Mike Locksley, tend to get off to hot starts to their season, especially with their out of conference. They kind of, pad up those wins, and then they kind of falter a little bit on the second half of their season. So for me, I don't know if it's as much as Illinois finding themselves, or is Maryland just going through their usual routine that they do every single year. And turns out next Saturday we're going to get run over by a quarterbackless Wisconsin team.
I will not take anything away from Illinois, but we do know that psychology plays into these matchups, and it could be that Maryland gave its best the week before going to Ohio State. We know that the focus of their season has been on trying to reach the next level and get past the three teams that are above them constantly. And, but they've done that in the past. They have played really good games against Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State. And I can't tell you what the history is the following week, but that's one. And certainly Illinois gave them nothing to show on tape that would have made them that concerned going into the game. The one thing I will clarify, Sonny, is that my rankings are purely based on what we've seen thus far. So that's not a prediction. That's not I think Illinois is going to be the worst, so I'm going to put them last. That was strictly based on the results as I've interpreted it so far. So we'll do our Big Ten power rankings this week, and we'll see if Illinois is lifted out of number 14, which I would expect that they would be.
I hope so. But I mean, regardless, whatever algorithm you were using in your head, I was at a point where I could no longer fight it until we actually got a Power 5 win under a belt, and we finally did. So it's a nice feeling moving forward.
All right, Sonny. Well, I got to let you go. I appreciate you being here. You can catch Sonny at Illini Cast, and so people can just look that up
on YouTube, on Twitter. Illini Cast on YouTube, on Twitter, or the Sonny V, and I talk on more general sports.
Good stuff.
Thanks, Mark.
All right, Sonny. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Let's move it on to some Penn State football. We got Marty Leap dropping by from Rivals. You can catch Marty's work on Rivals each and every day, and especially this week as the big one in the Big Ten East is set for Saturday in Columbus at high noon. And Marty, this is one of the big games, one of the three that everyone circles in the Big Ten. This has almost become customary for the last handful of years. It's Penn State, Michigan, Ohio State, and it's this one. How you doing today, first and foremost?
I'm doing good, Mark. How about you?
I am doing just fine. So I can't imagine anything happened against UMass to make you think or feel any different about this team.
Yeah, you did exactly what you wanted to do against UMass, which, you can't. It's a simple thing, but there's plenty of times Mark, you see those games where it's 30-10 and it's just ugly and you don't feel good about it. So, I'd much rather come out against the UMass and do what they did, win 63-0 and just completely dominate than the alternative. But I think what's probably the most important thing about the UMass game is not just they made it out of it healthy, but they had the bye week the week before. So you're very well rested going to Columbus. Your starters have not had to put a lot of mileage on their bodies the last 2 weeks. You had your bye week and then you had UMass. I think defensively, no one played more than 30 snaps this past Saturday. So that's the big thing to me that comes out of that UMass game is you are going to be very well rested and very healthy when you go to Columbus on Saturday.
Ohio State has won, 10 of 11. They've won 6 straight. Now, over the last, 2019, 20, 21, 22. So the last 4 have been very similar in this way. They've come in different shapes and sizes, of course, like any series, but the end result has been competitive game, not down to the wire. Ohio State's been decidedly better, but not by a large extent, not a blowout, but they've separated themselves at some point in the game to win all those games by between 10 and 15 points.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people, you look at the series and you look at that run they had from 16 through 18, just 3 of the best college football games you were ever going to watch, even if 2 of them were heartbreaking losses for Penn State. They were tremendous football games. And, the last 4 years, you've seen a little bit of that talent difference there where, like you said, it was close, it was competitive, Penn State has led in the fourth quarter in 2 of those 4, but just couldn't finish it off, and you wind up with those double-digit losses. And I mean, you look at last year, it was the JTT game. He had 2 interceptions, ran one back for a score, tipped another pass that got picked off. Like you could argue he single-handedly won that game for the Buckeyes. And you look at this year, and if you're a Penn State fan looking for reasons for confidence, one of the reasons I'm the most confident I've been in Penn State playing against Ohio State in a very long time is you look at the Ohio State defense. And yeah, JTT is still there, but he hasn't done what you've expected this year. But you look at the Penn State defense, and it's like, okay, there's Chop Robinson, there's Denai Dennis Sutton, there's Adiza Isaac, there's Abdul Carter. You feel like the Penn State defense has those guys who can take this game over in the fourth quarter if need be, has those guys who can make Kyle McCord's life miserable in the fourth quarter if, the Buckeyes are trying to mount a rally to take the lead or it's a tie game or whatever it is. And I said coming into the season that one of the things that I felt was going to make this Penn State team different and better than what we've seen the last handful of years, even going back to when they won the Big Ten in 2016, is they have those true game-changing playmakers all over this defense, which is something they haven't had in the past and is something that has cost them in games like the Ohio State game in the past. This year they have that. I know as a Penn State fan, it's difficult to say, man, if they have a lead in the fourth quarter against Ohio State, I'll be confident. Because, I mean, you go back to 2017, they've lost every time since then. And in 4 of those games, Penn State's led in the fourth quarter. But this year, I think it's different for that reason. You have your game-changing guys on defense who can flip this thing. And I will say, I think if Penn State wins on Saturday, 3:45, 4 o'clock Saturday afternoon, when people start to debrief this thing, they're going to say, man, Penn State's defensive line just took this game over and pretty much won it for them.
Drew Aller has had, I believe, 2 starts on the road. They haven't been the most scintillating. I don't know if that's just a coincidence because the 2 defenses that he has faced have not necessarily been the best defenses. Illinois was supposed to be and was last year, but not this year. And Northwestern is Northwestern. The West Virginia defense might be the best defense Aller has faced thus far. And so his numbers have dropped on the road. And now he's going to face a true road environment like Kyle McCord faced at Notre Dame. This is kind of like Drew Aller's baptism, in that type of environment where there's only about 5 to 10 of these in the country, and he's going to face it on Saturday.
Yeah, Drew definitely has struggled in his 2 road starts. Now, the Illinois game, I put that a little bit more of an asterisk, or whatever you want to say, because it was the first road start. It was before this Illinois team that kind of really came off the rails. And there were, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I know at least 3, if not 4, just brutal drops in that game that made his stat line look a lot worse than it actually was. Northwestern game, he'll be the first one to tell you. I'm sure they did not play good enough. But yeah, this is a big test, Defensively, I mean, he looked very good against Iowa. And Iowa defense is never easy for a young quarterback, but that was in a whiteout. That's much different than going to Columbus, of course. I think what is going to really benefit Drew is what he's done so well this year is the turnover-worthy plays haven't been there. He's not forcing throws. He's not making foolish decisions. He's not afraid to hit his check down back for 6-7 yards and take the next play. And when you're on the road, that kind of decision-making becomes so much more important, but especially on the road against the defensive caliber of Ohio State's. I think we'd both agree that the 2 strongest units in this game are both of these defenses. So, I could see a scenario where this comes down to which quarterback makes that back-breaking mistake, that back-breaking turnover in the fourth quarter. I know McCord has done a good job of avoiding that also, but Allard has not had a turnover yet in his career. I think Drew's up to like 260 pass attempts, something like that between last year and this year, has not thrown an interception, has only fumbled once, and he recovered it. So if he can continue to play that clean football, be smart with the ball, not force things, just take what the defense gives him, that's going to be needed because I think – you look at Penn State's offense, people want to talk about the explosiveness not being there. And I think this is a game where you're probably going to have to hit a couple explosive plays if you're going to win. But at the same time, this offense has gotten really good at that 4, 5, 6 yards in a cloud of dust and drain the clock and grind it out. And we've seen offenses like that give Ohio State problems in recent years. So we'll see how they plan to attack this thing, what Mike Yurcich wants to do. But I think the fact that Drew has, even in the road starts where the stats have not been nearly as good as at home, he still hasn't had those just awful mistakes, those turnovers, forcing things. He's not afraid to just take what the defense gives him and protect the ball.
Folks, we also have an excellent recruiting guy here, Penn State Rivals, Marty Leap. He loves recruiting, does a great job covering the recruiting side as well. So we know that, and correct me if I'm misstating this in any way. Oh, the one thing I've got to restate, I haven't looked at the chat, but I'm guessing that if people were listening, they're jumping all over me. Yes, it went through the Rolodex as soon as I said that. Yes, Iowa is the best defense that Penn State has faced this year. I forgot about the Hawkeyes. So when you're on here talking for 30 hours a week, yeah, I sometimes say things when I had a brain freeze there on Iowa. Yes, not even close. Iowa, the best defense Penn State has faced. Okay. I was getting to the recruiting situation. Of course, Aller grew up about 90 minutes away from Columbus, and Ohio State apparently passed on him, didn't give him a real serious run. Was the same in play for McCord, being a Philadelphia guy at Penn State? How close was Penn State to getting Kyle McCord?
The Drew stuff, Ohio State came in late. Penn State was his first major offer. Mike Yurcich was the first Power 5 offensive coordinator / quarterback coach to offer him. And that kind of just always resonated with Drew. Now, his recruitment was a lot different than Kyle McCord's. McCord was always on the scene. He was always the 5-star guy. When Penn State first offered Drew Allar and he first committed, he was like a mid 3-star. His spring / summer going into his senior year and his senior year, he just absolutely exploded and put it all together physically. And Ohio State offered late, I think like September or October of his senior year. But by then it was, he wasn't going anywhere but Penn State. As for McCord, like I said, he'd always been on the radar. He went to St. Joe's Prep in Philly, which is a school Penn State has never recruited well. It definitely was not Penn State passing or anything. They recruited him very heavily. If I remember correctly, one of the big holdups in the McCord recruitment, why he was never overly interested in Penn State, was at the time, and Penn State hasn't done as much this year because it doesn't fit Drew, but people who've watched Penn State knows James Franklin likes to run his quarterback. And McCord, if I remember correctly, neither he nor his dad was interested in him playing in an offense where they ran the quarterback as much as Penn State typically does. So that's kind of where things just fizzled out there, and he wound up a Buckeye. But yeah, like I said, that was a recruitment. Penn State was always very interested in Kyle McCord. I just don't think Kyle McCord was ever overly interested in Penn State. And like I said, even though he was an in-state kid, there are a couple schools in Philadelphia that for whatever reason Penn State has just never recruited well, and St. Joe's Prep has always been one of them.
Folks, we got a Big 12 channel and an SEC channel. They just launched about a month ago. Please subscribe. Even if you hate the Big 12 and hate the SEC, if you enjoy what we do here at the Voice of College Football, understand it's all tied together. So if you go to the description section in the video, you can grab the links there, and please subscribe. Marty Leap is here from Penn State Rivals. Marty, we talked about this several times during the season in regards to Penn State's running game. They got the 2 high-quality backs. They're coming off great freshman years into the sophomore years. You just expect, okay, they're going to continue to ascend, and then the offensive line's supposed to be better, and then not getting the explosive plays that we counted on. Ohio State in a similar boat with a stack of 4- and 5-star running backs that aren't getting the kind of push up front that they need. Travion Henderson's now hobbled. Mayan Williams isn't playing. Chip Tranum left the game last week for Ohio State after he was just clocked by a Purdue defender, and then they had to dust off Dallin Hayden, who I think is the best back of the lot, and get him going. So I would not be surprised if the team that runs the ball the best in this game is, with all the talk about outside receivers and the 2 young quarterbacks and all that, that the team that can finally get it going on the ground can be the team that comes up with the most points.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all. They're very similar. I have it up in front of me. Penn State's averaging 4.6 yards per rush this year. Ohio State's averaging 4.3. So, not terrible numbers, but when you're Penn State and you're Ohio State and you have these running backs you just listed, you expect more than that. So I won't be surprised at all if that's the case. Now, I will say, I think that is something that fits Penn State better. I think Penn State's more built to play that way right now. I also think if you look at the matchup in the trenches, I think Penn State's defensive line has a significant advantage over Ohio State's offensive line, more than Ohio State's D-line has over Penn State's O-line. So I think if that's what this game comes down to, I don't think Penn State would mind that at all. Because let's be honest with the Ohio State offense, Marvin Harrison's going to get hits. You're not going to stop him. As a defense, your goal's got to be to contain him. Don't let him be popping 130, 40-yard catch after another because he's going to get a few. The kid's too talented not to. But I think the way Penn State's defense is built, they've got the secondary that can contain him, at least as much as you can contain a receiver that good. And I'm with you. If it could come down to who runs the ball better on Saturday, and again, it's kind of wild to say in a game between Penn State and Ohio State, but I would feel that Penn State would take that because I think if this comes down to which team runs the ball better, there's a very good chance that Penn State's the team is going to be able to do that.
One of the things that bottled up the Ohio State passing game early in the season wasn't necessarily that there was a pass rush that was getting to McCord super, super effectively, or that the opposing defensive backs were doing that great of a job in coverage. But when you've got an inexperienced quarterback and he's trying to get the ball out of his hands, well, you take great receivers and you give them less time to get downfield and gain separation, and they're catching a bunch of 5 and 7 yard passes. Well, they're still great receivers, but you've limited their advantage over who's covering them and the coverage in general.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think that, again, that's something I'll be curious to see Saturday because I'm sure knowing the way Manny Diaz and Penn State want to run their defense, you're not going to see Kalen King just shadow Marvin Harrison Jr. like people would expect. Last year, Joey Porter Jr. did not do it. King is going to play his field corner spot, and Johnny Dixon's going to be the boundary corner, and Daquan Hardy's going to be in the nickel, and wherever Harrison lines up, that's who's going to take him. So I could see Ohio State, trying to go that route of trying to exploit, hey, he's not on Kalen King this play. Let's try and get the ball to him, or whoever, Emeka Ibuka, if he's in the slot lined up on Daquan Hardy, whatever it may be. But now again, Penn State, and those are 3 NFL caliber cornerbacks. So I think that's going to be a really fun matchup to watch, especially if Ibuka is healthy. Watching him and Harrison Jr. and Julian Fleming, another local guy for Penn State fans, going up against these corners is going to be a great battle. But I will be very curious to see, because Ryan Day in the past, including games against Penn State, we've seen where he gets that way with the, hey, quick hitters, because, and especially with these tackles, which I think even the most diehard Ohio State fan will tell you, these offensive tackles are just not up to snuff for what you expect at Ohio State. They could have a very long day against this Penn State pass rush. And I don't remember if it was I think it was the 2018 game where Penn State blew a fourth quarter lead. That was part of it. They couldn't block Penn State. So Ryan Day just started going screens and quick hitters and, hey, get my athletes in space and let them make plays. And they made plays. So I will be interested to see if we see some of that again on Saturday, because I think that's a real possibility. And that's one way I could see Day trying to counter what should be a very effective Penn State pass rush.
Marty Lee, Penn State Rivals. You see his Twitter handle right there. You know how to get to Penn State Rivals and check out Marty's work right there. Before we let you go, Marty, any parting shots, anything else on this one?
No, I will say that I haven't made a final decision yet what I'm going to predict for Saturday. I have not predicted Penn State to beat Ohio State since 2017. And this is the closest I've ever been to doing it. Some of it is just feeling between the fact that you're going to have Drew Lar for another year, but you have the quarterback. Most importantly, you have the defense. This defense is elite, and you're going to lose a lot of this defense after this year. In terms of beating Ohio State, trying to win the Big Ten, get to the playoff, like if you're ever going to do it, this has to be the year because of this defense. I don't know. By the end of the week, I'll probably wind up picking Penn State and then regretting it and feeling terrified about it. But I fully expect this to be another just classic between these two teams. Two of the best teams in the country, two of the best teams in the Big Ten. It should be an absolute just tremendous college football game. Anyone who loves college football should strap in and be ready for 3.5 hours of just great football on Saturday afternoon.
Absolutely. And not the type game where you're like, okay, well, this is going to be a grinded out affair, or this is just going to be blown coverages all over the place and just receivers flying down the field constantly, 52-48. It's going to be what I enjoy is a good mix of great offense, but it's so challenged by great defense that the passing has to be crisp, tight windows, good tackling, hard hit. It's all there. For anyone, whatever style you like, you're going to see all of it.
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing. You very rarely find a football game that's great offense and great defense. You got Mike Yurcich against Jim Knowles, Ryan Day against Manny Diaz. You've got four of the best minds in the sport when it comes to football. When it comes to offense and defense, I'm with you. This is going to be a game that's going to have a little bit of everything and have it all at a high level, and it should be great.
Yeah, it's going to be like watching an NFL game, 2 or 3 years or a year before the guys are actually in the NFL.
Yeah, it really will, because, I mean, just look at these rosters, look at these defenses, look at these offenses. A lot of these guys are going to be making a lot of money on Sundays for a long time. So, yeah, it should just be an absolute great college football game.
Awesome. We always appreciate you stopping by, Marty. Enjoy the game, and we will catch you soon.
Sounds good, Mark. Talk soon, buddy.
Good to see Marty Leap. Does a great job on Penn State Rivals, so check out his work right there. All right, let's keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. Take our next call, and we appreciate David's patience.
Yes.
Because he can't wait, I'm sure. David, you can't wait to talk Ohio State and Penn State.
Yes, I'm going to get there in a second. I just a couple of things on the week that was in the Big Ten. Is it fair to say that Iowa, even with that inept offense and Brian Ferentz running it without a quarterback, without their two tight ends, which I thought were going to be their best receivers in All and Lachey, are on their way to a possible 10-2 season? Can you believe that?
Why not 11-1?
I mean, I'm giving them. I'm saying there's a game in there that they could lose, but yeah, I mean, could you imagine with that offense getting to 11-1, Mark?
They, with last weekend's performance, officially dropped to dead last in the country in total offense. They're dead last, and they're at about 250 yards per game, like 242. They could repeat that over and over and over every week, win just like they do all the time. And they're playing, what are they, 6-1? That's 7 games, 5 left. Illinois, Northwestern, Minnesota, Nebraska, and Rutgers.
Mark, that means if an 11-1 Iowa gets to Indianapolis, they're essentially playing for a trip to the college football playoff.
I am sizing that up in my head, David.
Think about that in your mind.
You're going to see a video here in the next day or so, because I'm going to look at that. I don't know that it's that clear cut. Their perfect scenario, maybe I'm ruining my video, in my eyes, is they want Penn State to go to the Big Ten championship game. Well, first of all, let's understand that most Iowans, including probably Kirk Ferentz himself, doesn't even think about the college football playoff. That doesn't even register with them. But for those that are dreaming, and I say that in a good way, I say that in an optimistic, like you should be dreaming way, that the best formula is they want Penn State to win the East so they can get the rematch victory. That's what they need. Because otherwise, if they get the 3-way tie in the East, let's say, and Michigan emerges, well, that's a great win, but that's going to be their only win. And then they're going to have to compete there. They're going to have to compare Iowa's resume against an 11-1 Ohio State and an 11-1 Penn State that beat them by 31 points. They won't make the playoff. No,
you're right. I mean, I know. I looked at the schedule at the beginning of the year, and I was like, 9-3 is a possibility here.
That's what I picked them.
But it's just like, well, I mean, I didn't think they could go to Madison and win, but it's unfortunate. Mordecai, I think, going to be out for the year with that broken hand, Mark. I just saw that.
Yeah,
that's an unfortunate situation there. I didn't think Wisconsin was in that bad of shape, because I never thought their loss at Washington State was that bad of a loss. Although, where's Washington State at right now? I thought that they'd bounce back, and I thought they'd win that game at home. But I watched part of that game, and it was a pretty unbearable football to watch. But that was rough. But that's how I was going to win. They've got to win that way. It's interesting. Brian Ferentz could get to Indianapolis, not achieve his goal. But like you guys were talking on Buckeye Talk today, how do you fire an offensive coordinator that's 11-1 and has his team playing for a chance to make the playoff?
Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they keep falling short of their goal. So I'll do the math here at some point during this show. He's got to be 25 or 30 points below his threshold that he needs to hit because they keep missing it. So they're attacking on 3 and 4 and obviously 10 on Saturday, only scoring 15 points. And this is so ludicrous. Basically, the offense made one play the entire game.
Right.
They ripped off a 75-yard touchdown run. Other than that, they had 37 yards passing, and their rushing game really did next to nothing besides that. And if you look at their field goal drives, they were like 9 yards. One of them was negative yardage, and their defense created everything.
Yeah, it's pathetic.
It's unbelievable. I can't get over it. We talk about it every week, but it just continues. You would think it would become less of an aberration and they would regress a little bit more toward the mean, but no, they continue to push it to the limit.
I mean, not that McNamara was anything special, and when you build an offense around tight ends, although some would say Georgia's offense is built around a tight end, and boy, was that bad news for them today.
Yeah, but they have weapons.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's a false. Well, but what I'm saying is their best receiver is their tight end, though. In the past, I've been somewhat dubious of offenses that where their best receiver is tight end. But you're right, Georgia has things called a running game and a really good offensive line, and things that obviously Iowa just doesn't. Obviously, even a better quarterback. That's not even close. But yeah, you're right. A lot more talent in different areas. I guess I was just speaking in general about the passing game being more built around a tight end rather than down the field threats. Okay, Mark, let's get into it. By the way, early Buckeye show this week. I was a little surprised by that. Had to go early this week, huh?
Yeah, the guys needed to get that out of the way, and I thought, well, let's get it out there, and there we go.
All right, I said coming into the season, I thought this would be Ohio State's second toughest game of the year. I still stand by that. I saw some people debating in chats to try to make the case that Notre Dame is a better team than Penn State, and I'm not buying that. I actually wasn't even buying the fact when your Notre Dame guy was on, and I had debated the fact that they had said that Notre Dame would be the best secondary that Ohio State would face, and I had said that it could be Penn State. I know the team up north fans would make an argument, but I think Penn State's right up there. Yeah. I do think, and I know your largest fan base may disagree with this one, but I think Penn State has the best front seven that Ohio State will play.
Ooh.
I mean, they have the best linebacker in the conference. I don't think that's even a question. I mean, Abdul Carter is the best linebacker.
You're right.
Is there a question on that?
Nope.
And Chop Robinson's probably as good a defensive lineman as they're going to play against.
You're also looking at NFL projections.
Okay.
Making those observations. So I'm not arguing with you, but there is sometimes a difference between best, most athletic, most talented, best NFL product or projection versus who is currently the best player.
I would say, the NFL seems to love this Penn State team, by the way. Mm-hmm. When you look at the defensive players, you look at offensive tackle. I mean, they have a number of highly rated guys on this team. And you notice I'm talking about the defense. Now, I've stipulated I think the team up north's a more all-around talented team than Penn State. Definitely, I think a better team on the offensive side of the ball is where I'm leaning. This is where and I've watched Penn State play a few times. And my curiosity about Penn State, you guys talked about a little bit today, is the passing game. It's tough to see a quarterback better than Mark's second favorite quarterback of all. Well, is it second favorite or favorite quarterback? We know you're a very, very big Sean Clifford fan, Mark. I know that was. It's tough to see.
Well, he's going to stay number 2. He's number 2 all time. Sean Clifford. Yeah,
right.
My number 1 guy will never change.
That's true.
Those favorites from childhood never get replaced, at least in my book.
Big. It must be close with the Clifford family there or something, Mark. I don't know what's going on there. How you became this big Sean Clifford fan?
Being berated.
Yeah.
And all I did was see him post 11 wins and bowl victories.
Yeah, I mean, he was an okay college quarterback that played a long time.
He was better than okay, but
Yeah, he was pretty good.
yeah.
That's my question though. In watching Penn State as much as you've watched them, how much is Drew Aller an improvement over Sean Clifford? Bottom line, Mark, from your standpoint.
So he hasn't played. The testing ground starts, of course, Saturday, the true testing ground. But if you just look at the turnover rate, he's actually outplaying Clifford, who would have his turnover issues. But Drew Aller is not playing that excessively great by any stretch.
See, my question about this Penn State offense, I think the two backs are really good. I do wonder how good their offensive line is, aside from the tackle position, particularly the interior of that offensive line. Because if you look at average yards per carry, I mean, Singleton and Allen, although I think they're two very talented backs, are not tearing it up.
No, and this is against Delaware, UMass. Those two are on the schedule.
The one thing that I wonder too is with the passing game, Mark, I don't know if I see a Dotson, a Hamler, or even a Parker Washington who caused Ohio State a lot of problems a year ago. A real threat on the outside. And usually they at least have one of those guys, all the way back to having like a Godwin or a Hamilton or some of those guys that were on the McSorley Barkley teams of 16 and 17. Usually they at least have one guy like that, a threat on the outside that can hurt you. I don't know if I see that. I don't know if you think much of their receiver core. I know they've got Strange at tight end.
Yes.
Still. And
well, they've got
Lambert Smith is probably their best.
Strange moved on, didn't they? They've got Theo Johnson as the tight end. Strange is somewhere in the NFL.
Okay, my bad. He had gotten drafted.
Yes.
Lambert Smith would probably be their best wide receiver,
yes.
Right, Mark? Okay.
Yeah, let me double check on Strange here. But I know that, Brenton Strange scored his first NFL touchdown at some point here this season. He's with the Jags. There we go. Theo Johnson is their tight end, but he's supposed to be just kind of the next one in line. I can't give a scouting report on him, although I've seen him play. He's a good player. I haven't seen him drop passes or do anything bad. I've seen him make plays downfield. He's a pretty athletic guy, and a top, a draftable tight end. So they do have a replacement for Strange, yeah. But I agree with you on the outside. Not that they don't have capable players, but they don't have what they've had in the past, at least based on my observation.
Semi-decent run of tight end there, I guess. Gesicki to Freiermuth to Strange, and now this new tight end.
Yep.
What I would say, though, the keys to this game is I tend to agree with your Penn State guy. I mean, obviously, the big thing for me is can Ohio State contain the run? My thing about it is I do come in confident in Ohio State's defensive line play. I think they've got pretty good depth, and I think the interior of their defensive line, particularly their defensive tackles, have played really well so far this year. That's what gives me hope that they can at least contain Penn State's run game. I think there's a magic number in here. I think it's about maybe 140 to 150 or less. If they can keep Penn State under that number, maybe to even right about 100 yards rushing, somewhere in that neighborhood, and put the game more into Aller's hands, I think they've got a really, really good shot. I think that's their best path to victory here, at least as far as containing the Penn State offense. My larger concern is, again, how Ohio State's offensive line is going to block this front seven. It's been my biggest concern since I watched this offensive line play earlier in the year. I do think they need to get Ibuka back in a big way. I think they need that secondary receiver to I mean, I know they like Tate and Ennis, and they look good against Purdue, but that's Purdue. This is a better secondary. They're going to need their second best receiver. I know Stover's very good as a third option, but I think you need your two biggest guns, which are Harrison and Ibuka. Mm-hmm. I like Hayden. I don't know if I'm completely there on if he's the Ohio State best running back. I actually do think Henderson was looking good early, although, these injury issues. Although I have a feeling if he's not going to play against Penn State, then come on. I would think that if he's got to be close, he's going to go. The Tranum injury does kind of concern me because that was a monster hit in the Purdue game. I don't know if you saw that thing, Mark.
Oh, yeah.
That was a monster hit, and he was wobbly. So there might be a concussion protocol. Although, there's a lot of fans that might like to see Henderson and Hayden as the two backs. That would be an interesting look. I do think they found something with that Xavier Johnson as like a receiver back, kind of multi-tooled guy who they can use. I will say this, from a McCord standpoint, I think he's shown some growth. I don't think he's I like Tony Gerdebin's comment. He's not Craig Krenzel, but he's not CJ Stroud either. He's probably somewhere in between. And I think he definitely benefits from playing with Ohio State skill players because I think he can throw to open receivers. I think for the most part, he's done a good job of taking care of the ball. My concern is he does hold the ball a little bit too long from time to time. I think most of their sacks have been from him holding the ball and not getting it out quickly. To me, Manny Diaz and Ryan Day is the interesting matchup in this game. And, that scheme of Penn State versus Ohio State's offense, I'm leaning towards Ohio State in this one, but I think it's close. I think this is a low 20s kind of game. 24-21, 24-20 is a kind of score that I keep coming back to in this game, and it's just been stuck in my mind. Your thoughts?
I can't disagree with anything that you said, and certainly the conclusion. I think that's where we are on this game in regards to a score. Now, I will say, if you're like me, you are so much more optimistic and feel so much better about this Ohio State team today than at halftime of the Maryland game. After what they did in the second half of that game and then the complete game against Purdue, I think that's the best game that they played the whole season.
Yeah, I'm one of those that's not going to put Purdue up there. I actually do think they showed some good things in the second half of Maryland, to be fair.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm comparing now to halftime of the Maryland game.
Right. Oh, I agree. And I think McCord has made some progress, but this is going to be the real test.
I must have my scarlet and gray glasses on much heavier this year than I ever have, I guess, because I went for years and years and years and nobody could tell who I was rooting for. I'm not selling this team as some great team because they're not.
Right.
They're not the best team in the conference right now. Now. But folks, that's what I said at the beginning. This is playing out the way I projected it. It now comes, the rubber hits the road this week. But I didn't expect this Ohio State team to look very good for 4 or 5 weeks, 6 weeks. They got by Notre Dame, and now I'm expecting takeoff, or that's what I projected preseason when I said they're going to win the national title. So I'm expecting takeoff. Now, the defense has been really, really good.
Yes, it is.
It's really good. And Maryland's got a capable offense. Notre Dame has a capable offense. Don't let the total yardage numbers at Notre Dame against USC, people let that get in the way. Well, Notre Dame only had 251. No, it was, like 251 total yards against USC. Okay. They had 49. They ran 49 plays for one thing. Right. I looked through the box. I watched the game, but then I went play by play. Right. The last 15 plays they ran were completely inconsequential. The game was over, and they only had like 30 some yards the last 15 plays. They basically ran the ball into the line. So they were ripping off 6.5 yards per play before that against USC's defense. They just didn't have the ball because their defense kept turning it over, and you can't drive 75 yards when you're sitting at the 12-yard line. That's all you can do. So anyway, back to the Buckeyes. I think their defense is significantly improved, and I liked what they did with the running game on Saturday. So they responded to the injuries to think, okay, we have to get creative.
Yeah, they did.
We know Ibuka's always going to be their number one running option at wide receiver. He wasn't there. They get Xavier Johnson on the field. They bring my guy Dallin Hayden off the bench. Been clamoring for him since last November between the Maryland and Michigan games. I do think he's the best running back on the team.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can make a case for that. I know Zach Smith had mentioned on his podcast that he did struggle in pass pro and was looking at the film, and and had mentioned that, and that is something,
Oh, that's
you know, with
significant.
with Ohio
And
State
maybe
throws
that's
the
why he's
ball,
not, and
so
maybe that's why he's not playing, and
right.
I can't account for that. But he has better instincts, cutting ability, all that. He's not the burner that Henderson is, but how many times do you need the burner? I'll
Yeah.
take the instincts, the vision, the savvy, the balance, all those things.
See, I had liked Chip early on, and I think he can gain good yards inside. He just doesn't have the explosiveness. In a way, the similarities between Trainum and Williams are more similar, but then Hayden and Henderson have a lot of the same similarities as far as ability to get to the outside and get to the perimeter of the defense. I'm with you. I think Henderson, you have to scheme it wide open for him to hit those big runs, Mark, but he can hit them. And also, I don't think they utilize him enough as a pass receiver because he can catch the ball out of the backfield, which I think could be an element they could probably use a little bit more with him. So, I mean, I like the way the team is trending. I hope we're healthy. That's the big key. They've got to be healthier going into this game. We'll find out more as the week goes on. They hold on to that injury report like it's the nuclear codes over there. But, you know, they make game time decisions, like you say. 11:59, you know who's playing, I guess. But, you know, I like the jokes the guys were making about that earlier because it's true. But in any case, I think it's going to be a good one. Overall, that's where I'm at. I think it's a close one. But this is as good a defense as I think they're going to play. I mean, Team Up North and them are right up there as the two best defenses I've seen so far this year. So.
Yeah, it should be a heck of a race in the Big Ten East. At least I think it will be. It's difficult for me to separate these teams, although that Ohio State offensive line may be the separation. I hope it's not, but
yeah, I mean, a lot of that too. I think that's where the coaching and the scheme could help that out a little bit too.
it can, but it would be nice not to have to coach around that. If you have an elite group up front, then you can do what you want and you can let those playmakers have long routes downfield. That really limits them.
Yeah, because he wants to throw those vertical routes further down the field. Although I will say they've been better in pass pro than I thought, and most of the sacks McCourt has taken has been, like I said earlier, to him holding the ball too long, in my view. So
very true.
Going to be a good one, my friend.
Thank you, David. Appreciate
it. Always a pleasure.
Yep.
Take care.
Have a good one. All right. Keep in mind that if you want to go to the Ohio State Penn State game, no, we don't have a giveaway, a ticket giveaway. We've got something similar here. We can at least save you 10 or 20 bucks here. Go to ticketsmarter.com or go to the ticketsmarter.app. Penn State, Ohio State, whatever game of your choice. You can use this multiple times during the season. There is no limit, so you can't. It's not just a one-time offer. Use the promo code BIG, B-I-G, or BIG20 to get $10 or $20 off, depending on how much you spend. All right. Appreciate everyone being here at the Voice of College Football. This is our Big Ten live show. And if you want to talk Ohio State and Penn State, stick around, be here for the transition and host at 8 o'clock. We got the Black Shoe Diaries guys coming on to talk Penn State and Ohio State, and they will take us home. We, of course, also have the USC show tonight with Tim and Matt on the USC channel as kind of an extension of our Big Ten show. We, of course, USC, UCLA, Washington, and Oregon. So Big Ten fans, if you got a chance to catch the Washington-Oregon game on Saturday, that's what you have to look forward to. So either look forward to seeing those kind of games or do not look forward to having to face those kind of offenses, although you will not have to face Bo Nix and Michael Penix. All right, but you will have to face Dan Lanning's questionable coaching, which I think he's a great coach, or when I say great, let's not overstate it here. He's a good coach. He made some bad decisions. All right, before we take the next call, let's run through these super chats. Steven's here. Thank you so much for that. Hey, Mark, why do you have the University of Delaware's helmet on the shelf? Yeah, they had the matchup against Penn State, so we like to honor some of the small schools from time to time, Steven. So thanks for pointing that out, letting everyone know that they can marvel at the Delaware helmet here. There it is. Thank you for the contribution, sir. Appreciate that. And Stephen coming back with this one. This game will come down to Penn State's defense. If they can get consistent pressure on McCord, then Penn State will win. If not, we lose. That is certainly one of the keys to the game. Like any other really big matchup, there are several keys. I think in today's game, meaning today's modern game, pressure on the quarterback for the last going on 40 years in the NFL, that has been the most important component of NFL games, pressure on the quarterback. When the Marino Elway era started, the Montana era, when the passing game became prolific in the NFL, not near the numbers that you see now, having a front four on defense and defensive ends. At that point, there was a emphasis on defensive ends, on having Mark Gastineau and Harvey Martin and those kind of guys get to the quarterback. There was a premium on that. Therefore, as we found out in The Blind Side, we didn't find it out then if we watch football, but the greater public found out, left tackle became a premium, of course, and the highest paid position in the NFL outside of quarterback. To take that to the college game, took a little bit longer, but once it became a passing game, yes, that's the most important factor. However, in this one, I still think that the offensive line that can run block to some extent gives that team a significant advantage. Erica's here. We appreciate Erica. Thank you so much for the contribution. They won't fire Brian Ferentz. He'll conveniently get an NFL job. Also, we are down many of our starters. Top 3 tight ends. I did not see that. Top 3 tight ends now. Top quarterback, of course, and more. The backup running back, Jazz Patterson, I believe is still out. I watched most of the game against Wisconsin, trying to watch 2 and 3 games at the same time. Couldn't really register all the injuries on the Iowa side from Saturday. We've got Mike 3883, and also keep in mind we've got our Iowa show coming up at 5:30 Eastern on Tuesday. And I'm going to cut a video. I'm going to do this. I got 2 videos that are coming out, one on Michigan, one on Iowa. So be looking out for those. Mike 3883, toughest opponents. Number 1, Penn State's. Oh, toughest opponents for Ohio State. Got it, Mike. Thank you. Number 1's Penn State. Number 2, Notre Dame. Number 3, Michigan. The Wolverines screwed up their schedule with their last 3 games. Okay. All right. I don't know about that, but that's Mike's assessment right there. Penn State is the toughest game on Ohio State's schedule, then Notre Dame, then Michigan. All right. Lemansky, here we go. Thank you so much for that. Do Buckeye fans talk about Hawkeye offense at nausea because they covet the Hawkeye defense and special teams? And I don't mean Mark Rogers. Well, thank you for taking me out of it. I got to think that that comment's kind of made in jest, but I also think maybe there's some truth to that. So if you're an Ohio State fan and you look at the Iowa defense, let's understand that the Iowa defense is exceptional, elite. I take nothing away from what Iowa has achieved on that side of the ball for years now, but especially the last 3 or 4 seasons, they've been especially good. However, they are facing some of the worst offenses. But when they step out of the division, the defense still performs extremely well. It can't perform to the level that it can against those Western Division teams. I would think, Lemansky, that the frustration that a typical Ohio State fan would have in watching the Iowa defense would be, okay, we've got more NFL players. We've got more talent. We've got more speed. We've got more everything. Why wouldn't we produce a better defense than Iowa? That's the obvious frustration, right? The recruiting's not even close. So Ohio State should have a better defense than Iowa based on recruiting rankings. And the rankings are extremely accurate. as a whole, they are accurate. Individual players, there are booms, there are busts. Ohio State should have the best defense in the Big Ten, and then Penn State should be second, and then Michigan third, and then whoever after that. That's who should have the best defense based on recruiting. All right, let's keep it going here at the Voice of College Football. So you guess you blame the defensive coordinator. Although Ohio State plays that type of game spurred on by the offense as well. So Iowa's ineffectiveness on offense hurts their defense. So their defense is actually doing a better job in some respects than we even see on the surface. Going into this game against Wisconsin, Iowa led the nation, tied with Old Dominion for most plays by the defense. Their defense took more snaps going into this game than any defense in the country. That's impressive. However, the style of game tends to suppress the offense on both sides, though. We got Defiant here talking some college football with us.
What's going on, Mark?
How you doing?
Good, Mark. How are you?
I am doing just fine. How
about the Scarlet Knights, Mark? How about the Rutgers Scarlet Knights? One win away from making a bowl game.
Yes.
Officially.
I will enjoy watching Rutgers in a bowl game this year. I was impressed by their big comeback. Yep.
Yeah, I was impressed too. But I guess my question is, do you think with this season right here, if they make a bowl game, do you think they could sustain the success by making a bowl game every year? Maybe not winning 10 games, but you think maybe just make it a bowl game here and there?
I think they can sustain it. I think that there are reasons, obviously. So one is going to be that, think of it this way. Everyone in the Big Ten's schedules are going to get more difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's. We went through the exercise when the schedules were released last week of going through everybody's schedule and then comparing it to their current schedule and their current schedule format. And you replace, and you can kind of grind it down because you cancel out all the common factors and all the common opponents, and you kind of grind it down to this is the 2 or 3 game difference that each team's going to see going forward. And it's more difficult for everyone. Mm-hmm. But for a team like Rutgers, it's going to be the increase in schedule difficulty is going to be less severe than it is for just about anybody else because they don't have to play Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State every year. Sure, they're going to have to see USC and the rest of the West Coast teams, but their upgrade in schedule is going to be less significant and severe than most everyone else. Number one. Number two, they play in a great recruiting state of New Jersey, and they've got a great or have the potential to have a strong pipeline to the DMV. I don't know that they currently do, but they are right there. And there's a lot of fertile recruiting ground. So, and then with the increase in revenue, so the increase in revenue for the entire conference is obviously equal. However, that puts them in a position to pump more money into recruiting, resources, coaching upgrades, all those sorts of things, versus their opponents in other conferences that they recruit against, Virginia Tech, Virginia, etc.
Well, definitely with those teams being down right now, Rutgers can, just slide into the Virginia, area. And even I think with Maryland too, I think they can probably potentially slide into recruiting battles with Maryland. I know Maryland's, pretty good now, but I know Shiano's been recruiting in Jersey for the past couple of years. That's what he said he really wanted to do again. Recruit the hometown kids because, they all been going to other Big Ten teams or to the SEC because Rutgers has been good, the past decade or so being in the Big Ten. So I definitely do think that, again, what you just said, Mark, and what Shiano's doing at Rutgers, recruiting-wise, he can definitely, bring his program back to some respectability because, in the Big East days, they were, mid of the table, top of the league. So I think, again, not playing Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan every year is going to kind of help, get them some more wins in the conference and win maybe 8 to 9 games a year.
Absolutely. I think there's an opportunity there. And I did not see the comeback. I flipped to it once they put a score on the board to cut it to like 24-13. I flipped to the game, but I was watching so many games that were distracting me that I really didn't see how they came back. But just the fact that Rutgers, who I consider to be one of the least likely teams to come back on anyone because of their limitations in the passing game, for them to come back in and of itself is a good sign.
Well, I think also too, playing Michigan State, the Michigan State's not a good team right now. So I think, you could factor that into it. But no, I think what Shiano's been doing the past couple of years, building up this program, come back at 2020, 2020 wasn't really 3-6, but then, going 5-7 and making a bowl game in 2021. I think that was kind of like, the light right there. But again, I think what he's doing at Rutgers is, impressive. Cause I knew Rutgers was going to be a bowl team is going to bowling. But I didn't think, they'll be off to the best start since 2014, since they entered the Big Ten right now.
I'm right there with you.
And then secondly, I have
anything
another question. Oh, yeah. Pull it up, yeah. So I was going to ask, I know, again, Ohio State, Penn State's a big game this week. Which team can't lose this week in the Penn State-Ohio State game? Which team needs this win more? What do you think?
That's a great question. So I would have thought that Ohio State could grab the more significant win outside the division against Wisconsin, but Penn State now has that against Iowa. If I was going to run the table and go 11-1, then there's going to be some level of significance to that win outside the division. Ohio State is the best win outside the conference, of course, with Notre Dame. So that gets them an advantage there. It's more important for Ohio State to serve on its home turf versus Penn State turning around and playing Michigan at home. So I guess the tiebreaker to all that is that Ohio State's playing at home, so they need to win this game more so than Penn State does.
Mm-hmm. And if Ohio State does lose, but be Michigan, though, would you put Ohio State over Michigan potentially?
If Ohio State beats Michigan?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
What,
like Michigan, Michigan.
Yes.
Michigan, goes 0-0, but loses to Ohio State in the final game of the season.
And they all go 11-1?
Yeah.
Well, if they all go 11-1, then in terms of a Big Ten championship game, it's going to go to tiebreaker. And
I get that. I get that. But I meant if the 12-team playoff was implemented this year, that was kind of what I was going with the Penn State Ohio State.
Ohio State's going to get in before Michigan for two obvious reasons in that scenario. Number one, they won the head-to-head on the road. And number two, they've got a win outside the conference against Notre Dame, and Michigan played no one.
Yeah. Yeah, I see your point there. Definitely.
Michigan has the worst opportunity to go to the playoff if they don't take care of business and win these games, because they've got the worst. They will have the worst resume. They play the worst teams outside the division, and they play the worst non-conference schedule.
Definitely. But hey, I'm an Indiana fan as always. I support Indiana, so I'm just happy if one of these teams, out of the East can actually win something. I'm rooting for Penn State. They've been doing pretty good the last couple weeks.
Absolutely. Well, anything else, man?
Oh no, I do want to give a shout out though to Air Force football. They are 6-0 undefeated right now. Since you talk about Delaware and the small teams, I really get a shout out to Air Force.
That's right, they are.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think it's all, Mark. I think that's all I have to say.
Well, thanks for calling. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Mark.
All right, Defiant. Have a good night.
You too.
All right. As we see here on the screen, we've got Ohio State, Penn State. That's at noon Eastern time in Columbus on Fox. We've got Rutgers, Indiana on the Big Ten Network. I'm sure all of you will be flocking to that game with Rutgers as a 5-point road dog. And then Minnesota, Iowa, the Hawkeyes have to keep it going. That's an NBC game at 3:30 Eastern time. The Hawkeyes just a 3.5-point favorite at home take that into account. Minnesota's been terrible, terrible. They're a 3.5-point underdog on the road. Iowa is going to be a favorite and should win the rest of its games, but in none of those games can anybody be comfortable that they're going to put a smackdown on anyone. Not that it can't happen, but this could be a run of 16, 10, 19, 13, 22, 14, whatever, fill in the blank, in the teens the rest of the way for the Hawkeyes. Wisconsin, Illinois, that game's on FS1 at 3:30 Eastern. Illini coming off a big win against Maryland, and Wisconsin's season's pretty much over from a championship perspective, after losing to Iowa. Or they run the table and hope that the Hawkeyes trip up once. That's what they need. Northwestern, Nebraska on BTN at 3:30 Eastern. The Huskers are a 12-point favorite, and then you see on NBC in primetime, it's Michigan State, and the Wolverines are a 24.5-point favorite. We will keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. We got Michigan Man chiming in.
What's up, Mark? How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. What's going on with you?
I'm excited for this game, man. I'm excited for this Penn State Ohio State game, man.
Yeah.
Let me tell you. Yeah, I watched that Zach Smith show too. I guess, and it's a good point. I guess the reason Dallin Hayden hasn't played, which I think he's a good runner, but I guess is because he's atrocious in pass protection.
Yeah, I guess. Although it's been pounded into all of our heads that follow football closely, that's super, super important. I hadn't taken that into consideration. Not that it didn't cross my mind, but I had never heard that was an issue, and I didn't exactly break down the tape to see if it was. So that's a problem.
Which, I mean, to me that makes sense because you are a pass heavy offense.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, pass heavy is not the word, but you like to pass the ball a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, and another thing Zach mentioned was that Kyle McCord, when he takes a drop, like a 12-step, 7-step drop, he doesn't step up in the pocket, and it's actually an issue when it comes to a lot of the pressures that they've seen. I think that could play a huge role in this game. If he doesn't step up in the pocket, which he has yet to do on these dropbacks, I could see that being a huge factor in this game.
Yeah, it will be a huge factor if he doesn't figure that out and doesn't learn from that. I will say that the one encouraging thing is that there have been some things that he hasn't done well early in the season, and you can tell that he gets talking to, and he seems to correct them. One has been that against Maryland, the first couple drives, he wasn't holding the ball long enough. So he's getting criticized on one hand for holding the ball too long on some of these sacks, but he was actually not holding the ball long enough and allowing the routes to develop, and he had a clean pocket, and he was still just getting a little nervous and dumping it down where there were guys just about to get open and clear windows and clear coverage zones, and he wasn't waiting on them, and he seemed to start to go through that and start to allow those plays to develop that downfield. But to your point, yeah, it's really not a good situation in that, number one, he's not a runner, so he's not going to threaten the defense that way, but he still hasn't learned great pocket awareness and presence and how to work within the pocket, know when to climb, know when just a few steps to his right or left is going to buy him a split second to then make the throw. He's not great at that yet.
Yeah, like I watched some of the film, and what it looks like to me is he'll step back there, and he's so focused downfield that he like loses awareness of kind of what's going on around him in terms of you got your tackles are getting pushed back. Maybe step up because it's there.
Yeah,
it's there. Another thing I will find interesting is, will Ohio State be much more aggressive on defense? Because I know they've been more bend no break this year, but that's kind of what Penn State wants to do. They want to, take those little chunk plays and just march downfield. And Ohio State's rush defense, I don't even think people talk about it. It's not bad, but it's not elite this year. It's not elite. Purdue's starting running back, I think, had 6.7 yards per carry. They're currently ranked 22nd in rush defense. That's total. They're probably better in yards per play. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think they have an elite rush defense. Luckily, Penn State's O-line, even with those running backs, seems to not, be quite elite either. But that is another key of this game, is because of the way is Knowles gonna adjust to be more aggressive? Because I feel like if he plays the way he's been playing, I feel like that could feed into Penn State to what they want to do.
Well, I get your point, and it's a tough call to make because Jim Knowles last year didn't change. He didn't adjust. He stayed with what he had, but now he's made this conversion to play more conservatively. And so I don't know if he just wants to stay. We will see whether Jim Knowles has the ability to adapt and change and be more flexible in season than he's been, and be able to teach his defense to do that. More importantly, you got to then be able to teach your defense to, okay, we're not going to play it the way we played it, all summer, and for the first 5 games of the season, we're going to do some different things because we have to.
Because I could see him adjusting this time around, though. I could see him being like, look, they're going on 10, 11 play drives. Let's switch it up. Let's make this young quarterback uncomfortable. Let's do more blitzes. Let's do more of the stuff we did last year. Because Drew Aller he's not throwing it downfield really at all.
No.
And I feel like this would be the type of game where you could blitz more than you've been.
But why do that early in the game until you?
Don't do it. I'm not saying do it early. I'm saying if they're going on these 10, 11 play drives, or if they're chewing up clock, if they're doing what they've been doing,
sure,
screw it. Just blitz and see if the quarterback can handle it. If you go 1-2 series and it's causing frustration, I'll stick with that.
Yeah. But what they've seen this year is Notre Dame put together 2 really good drives, but those weren't until late in the third quarter, early fourth quarter. Maryland put together 1 good drive. That was the first drive of the second half. So they haven't been faced with that. Oh, the first 2 drives of the game, they went 75 yards on 11 plays and 75 yards on 13 plays. And now are we going to sit back and just get chewed, to death?
Yeah, exactly. And to be honest, in my opinion, they haven't really faced a team that's real good at that. Notre Dame, to me, is not that good at that. I know. If you really look since the Ohio State game, they cannot drive the field. They just can't. Against USC, they were put in advantageous positions. You didn't really get to see them, be forced to drive the field too much.
Yeah.
So that's going to be, I think, maybe the biggest key outside of pressure on Kyle McCord and how he navigates the pocket. Those, to me, are the 2 big things to look out for in this game.
Yeah. And I know you like Penn State in this one, and I get it.
Yeah, I do. I am picking Penn State, but like I said before, I would not be surprised if Ohio State won the game. They're capable of winning the game. It's not like they can't win the game. You also got James Franklin. James Franklin, we all know, makes boneheaded decisions in these types of games. So that could be a factor too.
Yeah.
Coaching is a big factor as well.
Yeah. I would say they're not bonehead on the level of some of the things we've seen in recent weeks, but yeah, they're highly questioned.
No.
And I've questioned them too. The one that comes to mind is Trace McSorley, 4th and 5, quarterback keeper.
Yeah, it seems like anytime he plays Michigan or Ohio State, he has like 2 or 3 play calls where you're like, what are you doing, my guy?
Yeah.
So, hey, that's my take on the game. My pick for the game, as you already know, is Penn State. I'm going to go. Now, don't think it's crazy now.
Yeah.
I'm going to go 27-13, Penn State.
Okay. All righty.
That's my pick. And I would not be surprised if Ohio State won the game. I'll throw that out there. I'm just basing this off of the 2 points I brought up.
Okay. Makes total sense. I would not be surprised either.
But again, if Knowles adjusts and blitz, I think that could change the game. Because Drew Aller has not been able to throw downfield, and if your DBs can be, is Denzel Burke? Is there any news on Denzel Burke?
No, I don't
Nothing?
believe so.
They got
about news. These teams don't give us any news. They don't want to give us any news. They don't have to give us any news.
That's true.
Anytime there's any midweek injury news that is legitimate, it's because there's somebody in the football complex that just wants to feel important, and they go leak it to somebody.
Yeah, no, that's true. I do got one last thing before I go. What is up with the injuries the past couple of years? It's kind of getting out of hand, in my opinion.
Too many injuries just overall in college football?
Well, no, Ohio State specifically. It's like kind of crazy how many players I feel like get sidelined these past couple of years.
That's a good point. If you compare it to Michigan, there are no significant injuries for Michigan. There's not even really any injuries. Just guys are a little bit nicked up, which is obviously understandable. It's football. But yeah, Ohio State's got 3 running backs on the shelf. They may have a cornerback on the shelf. They had their second best wide receiver on the shelf the last game.
Yeah, it makes me wonder, is it strength and conditioning? And obviously this is like getting into something we don't really have an answer to, but I would feel like
what it is.
Yeah, maybe it's something they got to evaluate in the offseason, man, because to me, every team has injuries, but they seem to have slightly more than you would think for a program at that level.
Yeah.
So
without seeing the numbers on that, and anytime I get in a conversation like this, what I would love to have is some kind of database that would have numbers to say, okay, yeah, they're averaging 12 injuries a year, and the average team in college football only averages 6 or whatever. To know whether that's really a lot. I was suffering a lot of injuries on the offensive side of the ball. Quarterback, 2 running backs.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Hey, I gotta roll, man. Good talk, man. Appreciate it.
Have a good one. All right, let's keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. We got our guys from Black Shoe Diaries taking over at 8 o'clock Eastern time to break down Ohio State and Penn State. And we got our guy Landfound checking in. Landfound, what's going on?
Stand down, Michigan, man. The last time you won a national championship was 1997. Stand down, Indiana, Jonathan, with your rinky-dink football program over there. No offense. Stand down, Texas fan base. Before Mac Brown and Vince Young, I looked it up, the early 70s, 1970, before you won a national championship.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
The Texas Longhorns,
what are you looking up? Landfound.
Texas, Texas won a national championship with Vince Young and Mac Brown.
Yes.
In 2000.
Yes.
Okay, and then before that, it was 1970.
Okay.
So they win a few games. They get beat by their rival, OU, and they go hush. So,
who's your favorite team?
You know who my favorite team is, and that's why I'm calling.
Okay. Your favorite team.
Are we going
to compare your favorite team to Michigan and Texas?
If I'm understanding your point, or if what you're implying, no. Because we have 5 national championships, given 2001 was the last one, and we've stunk the last 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
But Michigan, 1997, and before that was when?
4 years earlier than 2001.
But if you go back before 1997, when was the one before that?
Okay, well then if you go back before that, Michigan has more national championships than Miami does.
Combined over the decades, I don't know if I believe you. I take your word for it.
You're taking my word for it. No, you can look it up. But
I don't have
to. If I state it here, you can take my word for it.
I do.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, you've proven yourself. So
Yes, Miami has been a better. I'd really have to grind this down, but yeah, on the top of my head, yes, Miami's been a better football program than Michigan since, let's say, 1980.
there's a standard, Texas and Indiana since 1980 as well. But there's
Texas
a standard. Texas and Indiana, Miami's been better than all those programs since 1980.
True.
But there's a standard that's slipped at the University of Miami.
Yeah, it sure has.
And I'm referring to the fan base. Because the standard is, not was, the standard is you get one loss. It's natty or bust. And if you have that one loss that ruins the national championship, it's over, season over. That one loss better not ruin it, or we're done. We're gone. But this fan base has now accepted 8-4 or 7-5 as improvement from the year before, when during the probation years, they flew a banner over the Orange Bowl to fire Butch Davis. A plane flew over with a banner tailing "Fire Butch Davis." And all the world saw it. Now 8-4 and 7-5 is an improvement? How is that acceptable? Moreover, I'm emotionally investing myself and have wasted my time since 2016 when they hired Mark Richt. I could have been taking walks. I could have spending more time with family. I could have been shopping for gifts for my mom online. But I choose rather instead to watch this substandard football team with a coach that seems to be okay with losing in the short term to win in the long run. This is a developmental program now? No, sirs. The standard is natty or bust. And if it's bust, we'll see you next year. Maybe what's the word I'm trying to look for in all of this? How do I say it? Can you help me find the word, Mark? When you don't get something that you want, but at least you get that.
Well, it's something they're settling for.
Settling is not the word. The concession, not the concession either.
They're making a concession.
No, it's not the concession, sir. It's not the concession. Help me find this word.
So I'm going to point something out to you, Landfound. We appreciate your call, and you're always entertaining. You know, I appreciate you. And but did you see the title of tonight's show?
That's never been an issue before. You've always let me call
an issue.
Well, because you're going to transition now to the Michigan man?
No. It's because this is a Big Ten show.
That's never been an issue before.
Yes,
That's why
it has been. It absolutely has. Every other show we do, it's wide open for anything on college football, but this is a Big Ten show.
Not tactful for me to argue with you right now, but I've asked you before, and you stated yourself, and I don't need the live chop to back me up on this, but I've asked you before, Mark, is it okay if we talk about this or that, even though the title is this? And you said, absolutely, Landfound, we can talk about anything.
Yes, I may have put a topic in the title that directed the show, but I always say that we're open to everything. However, this is a Big Ten show that we do every Monday night. So it's a Big Ten show. So when Miami puts in its application
for the Big Ten,
then you'll be set to go. But I let you go on with that. You need to check out my opening couple minutes of the Miami, North Carolina instant analysis, because I had some harsh words for your head coach and the way he responded to an interview before the North Carolina game.
Well, I'll tell you right now, I'm going to defend him against you.
You're going to defend Mario Cristobal against me?
Yeah.
It sounded like you were just going off the rails about how bad Miami's been and blaming its coaching staff, which you should be.
Well, that's our business.
You're going to
That's our
defend
business.
Mario Cristobal?
That's our business.
Okay. All right, Landfound. Well, we appreciate you being here.
Talk to you later.
Always good to hear from you. Have a good one.
Same. Bye, buddy.
Folks, as you see on the screen there, we've got some merch available. So you can grab some merch if you go to the description section of the video. I do not have the link right with me now, but it's in the description section of the video. Look at all that fine merch. You can adorn yourself like our guy Mike Fort does with a nice Voice of College Football hoodie or t-shirt. You got a mug, keychains, coasters, jackets, all of it. There you go. All right, we are transitioning into a just deep dive on Ohio State, Penn State for the next couple hours. We so much appreciate Tim Aiden. We got Patrick Horbler checking in from Black Shoe Diaries. Gentlemen, how we doing tonight?
Doing good, Mark. It's Ohio State week, so naturally that's only in my mind, and I completely forgot it was Monday Night Football, and apparently Austin Eckler's helmet got knocked off in a pregame fight between the Cowboys and Chargers. So, little breaking NFL news for you folks.
Gotcha. Hopefully he's fine. Let me take up one operational issue just to make sure you guys are good to go before I jump off here. Are you guys able to control the graphics and everything?
Yeah, I'm going to change. All right, I'm going to try.
Perfect. You do whatever you want to do with the graphics.
Hey, there we go.
Perfect. There, look at that. There's the transition to the Penn State colors. And those, by the way, were not Ohio State colors. Those are just show colors, a much more brighter shade of red. Those are not Ohio State colors, just the show colors, red, black, and silver. So there we go. Erica has asked me to read the super chats first. Thank you for that, Erica. Erica keeping me in line here. All right. So the ones I have not hit yet. Wow. What do we got here? Let's go through them. Lemansky, Mark, if I am a something, hang up on me. Lemansky's the same guy that yesterday said, Mark, I don't mind you calling me a moron and gave me money. So Lemansky, we appreciate it. I'll call more fans morons. If they're morons, I'll say that they're morons, including you. So if you're a such and such, blank, blippity blank, then yes, I will hang up on you. Erica, as I said before, Mark has the patience of a saint. All right. Well, thank you for that. We've got South Carolina has more ACC titles. Yes, than Miami does. That is correct. South Carolina was once in the ACC. They've got one championship in like 1953 or sometime. Lemansky coming back with this. Mark, agree with comments regarding Iowa with 2 of 3 phases excellent and 1 phase embarrassing. Not surprising if Brian Ferentz play calling births another loss or 2. That would not surprise me at all because they're going to be playing extremely close games. But just let's understand, they are going to be, for Iowa, being a 3.5-point favorite is not a substantial favorite, but it's more substantial than anybody else in the country because that's just how they play. And we've got Mike 3883. Is Illinois still the worst team in the Big Ten in your mind after beating Maryland, or is Maryland not the 4th best Big Ten team? All right. Those power rankings that I come out with are not predictions. They are just based on what the resumes are currently. And at that point, Maryland was the 4th best team in the conference based on the results. And Illinois was god awful, dead last, but we saw a big upset on Saturday. So I will adjust accordingly. I don't know what those adjustments are going to be right this second. Erica, as I said to Michael Hogue, Iowa has not always been bad at offense, even if they weren't elite. This is true. People forget that we had a Heisman runner-up during the Kirk Ferentz era. That would be Brad Banks, 2002. Absolutely. It's been like the last 5 years that they've been just incredibly atrocious. Lemansky, thank you for being here. Do Buckeye fans talk about, okay, I think we covered this before. Yes, I did cover that one. So I believe we are all caught up. Tim, take it away. Patrick, appreciate you being here. You guys, I'm going to check out. I'll be listening to some of it, but it's time to prepare for family headed in here tomorrow. So we're going to do a little bit of that as well. So thanks, guys. Have a great show. And certainly, Tim, if anything goes wrong, let me know. I'll be checking my phone, but I think you're good to go. You guys do this every week.
Yep.
Thanks, guys. Give Tim and Patrick a call if you want to talk Penn State, Ohio State.
Yep. Or anything Penn State in general, or you want to talk Big Ten, have at it too. But thanks, Mark, for the handoff there. Those of you not familiar with us, I'm Tim Maiden. He's Patrick Kerbler. We're both writers at blackshirtdiaries.com on SB Nation, Penn State site on SB Nation. We do the weekly post-game show here in the Voice of College Football. We did not do one for last weekend against UMass because Pat and I were actually both back up in Happy Valley getting soaked for that game. Yeah, Pat, curious to know, how was your weekend up in Happy Valley?
It was wet. The rain was worse than, I mean, we knew it was going to be bad going into it, but it was, as far as tailgating goes, was just, nasty stuff in the morning, all throughout the afternoon, and I think it let up a little bit at night, but obviously by that point, no more tailgating. So, yeah, not an ideal weekend as far as weather goes, but it was beautiful Friday. Got up Friday, and then it was beautiful on the drive back on Sunday. So, I guess can't complain too much. How about you? Did you stay dry, or did you get wet as well?
I mostly stayed dry. Well, that's because I skipped tailgating. I just left at the last minute to go to the game, and luckily the ticket that I got actually was in the lower bowl, but it was like row 50 and below. It's in the north end zone. It was below the overhang of the upper deck, so I was protected from the rain at least. I only stuck around for a half though, because the game was over at halftime, and I wanted to get back home to my folks' place where staying with my folks who still live there, and so I was walked home and just so I could watch Oregon and Washington in some dry clothes and just have Penn State game streaming on my laptop. But all in all, I think it was a game where they just took care of business. Nobody got hurt. I know offense got off to a slow start, but they got a spark from an unlikely place on special teams with Daquan Hardy returning that punt for a touchdown, and actually he did it again later on in the game too. So kind of nice to see a home run threat emerge in the punt return game. That's something else Ohio State's going to have to prepare for going into this week.
Perhaps it was UMass, and that's really, I don't know how much there's to really say about that game. Obviously, weather was really bad, and yeah, it certainly, I don't want to take away anything from Daquan Hardy returning 2 touchdowns, but I don't know if we're going to see that. Daquan Hardy's going to have a big role as far as punt returns go. I think he's been having a really good season and played well once again against UMass as far as as a nickelback and as a cornerback, and he's been really strong this year. But remains to be seen what happens with punt returns, and if that will be something that Penn State will have a major edge against Ohio State. So, but I think my main takeaway from UMass was the fact that they got out of it healthy for the most part. I can't think of anybody that went down, at least notable that I can think of. So they stayed healthy. They didn't shoot themselves in the foot. They did what they should have to UMass and got out with the W, got the backups, plenty of work, and now we go to Ohio State. Which how are you feeling? I guess we can, unless you have other UMass thoughts, Tim.
No, as our pal Keep Chopping here says, no point in doing much coverage on UMass. I agree, sir. Moving on to Ohio State. I'll start off by saying I legitimately do not know what my prediction is going to be yet. I've been waffling back and forth on, am I going to pick Penn State to win, pick Ohio State to win? I think it's going to be a close game either way. Probably decided within 7 to 10 points. But I will say this is the most confident I felt about Penn State's chances going into this game since 2017. You and I both, I think a lot of people in here know what happened in that game. Probably no need to rehash it, but I felt like we're going to win going into that. And Well, at least for the first three and a half quarters, it was looking pretty good for me. But yeah, hopefully it's a different story this time around.
I was incredibly optimistic heading into that 2017 game, bordering on, straight up confident. And even there was a point, I remember who made the sack, if it was Sharif Miller or if Sharif Miller was when he recumbled the sack when it was 35-20 in the fourth quarter. I think there was like 9 minutes to go. And I remember thinking, like, Penn State's going to make the college football playoff, in James Franklin's fourth season. Like, this is too easy. This is too easy for us. Fortunately, that is not how the rest of the game went. JT Barrett went nuclear and, just torched the Penn State defense. But yeah, it's a weird feeling going into this week. I feel like I'm usually, I don't want to say more excited because it's not that I lack excitement, but I'm just not exactly sure what this Penn State team still is. Every couple of years, especially in the good seasons, I'll write, after 4 games or after 3 games, kind of like, what have we learned about Penn State? And I'm thinking that if we were to do what have we learned about Penn State after 6 games, I don't know. What have we learned? What is different? What are we confident in compared to going to the Virginia game versus now? Because I feel like a lot of the questions are still questions, and kind of the things we felt good about are still the things we feel good about.
I'll tell you what I am confident in, Pat. I'm confident that Mike's going to be wrong on this one. Kyle McCord going JT Barrett in the fourth quarter.
I hope not.
Yeah, this D-line is a far cry from the 2017 D-line, which wasn't guys athletic or it didn't have that game record on the D-line in 2017. Like you got multiple game records. You got
Brian Buckholz went down that game as well, which at that time Penn State just did not have the depth where, we lost, in the season prior, we lose Brandon Bell as a linebacker in the Rose Bowl, and we have to go to a true freshman, Cam Brown, who is an NFL player. But just back then, Penn State did not have the depth, whereas one defensive end went down and it was, slim pickings then. So I'm hopeful that Kyle McCord doesn't do that because that will make me very sad. And I don't know if I flat out do not know if my heart can take Penn State being up in the fourth quarter again on Ohio State and giving it away. I mentioned I'm going to the game, Tim?
No, you didn't.
Yes.
Did you just get tickets?
It's been in the works for a while. Finally, as you can imagine, tickets. My plan was for Ohio State to lose to Notre Dame and then buy tickets, and they did not do that. They ended up winning, and tickets have skyrocketed. So I am biting the bullet and kind of knew I was going to have to bite the bullet. But yes, I'm going out. I was there in 2019 when Will Levis came in and at least made that game interesting. But I don't think I can be in that stadium and have Kyle McCord do what JT Barrett did to Penn State in 2017 and get out. I will die there. I would just lay down and nobody can touch me and I will die there. And that will be it for old me. You'll have to find a new co-host, but.
Well, I'm a little jealous of you. I've never been, I guess I was kind of in my bucket list, go to a game at the shoe. Partially because it's got some, from a personal standpoint, actually, I was born in Columbus. My mom grew up, and she did go to Ohio State, but she wasn't really a sports person. So, my family moved to State College when I was a year old. My dad got a job at Penn State, and so my mom's pretty much like, she's mostly a Penn State fan, but she does like seeing Ohio State when they do really well in general. If it's not against Penn State, but for me, I just like to. Having seen my share of Penn State, Ohio State games at Beaver Stadium over the years, I would love to go catch them at the shoe at some point. I actually was thinking at maybe trying to go this year, but that's stuff I have going on. It just wasn't going to happen. And just seeing the ticket prices now, there's no freaking way I am going to do that for a game that I am not sure how it's going to go quite yet. Although again, I don't think Kyle McCord is going to go off like a JT Barrett did, but doesn't necessarily mean Penn State's going to win, but we'll see. But we do have we've got a caller, Christopher Foot over here, who's been waiting very patiently off stage. So we'll bring in a first caller for the night. Hello, Christopher. You're on.
Yeah. How are you?
Good. How you doing, sir?
Fine. You want me to talk about the game coming up, or I don't really know a whole lot about it. That's kind of why I was just going to one of the persons that called last, they kind of got mad at him because he was talking about something besides the Big Ten. So I don't want to do the same thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, as long as you're not going to complain about why Miami doesn't get enough respect these days.
I don't know enough about that either. I think just to generally, I think for what little I understand about it, I think he mentioned Butch Davis, I think, and I don't remember really. I think Butch Davis, he wants them to be, at the very top. And I think, I think for any team, I think it's like even with Alabama, they've done real well. I mean, obviously, but I think it's the hardest thing to do is to stay right at the top for almost anybody. I think that's maybe the hardest thing for anybody to do. So, I mean, it might not be. I think he's used to Miami, Florida running the show, and I know how likely. I mean, it's hard. I think it's hard for anybody to stay at the top. That's real hard for almost anybody. So, I know they hired Manny Diaz, and I actually thought that was a pretty good hire, but I don't know if they just didn't give him enough time. It looked to me like they were making. In fact, wasn't that quarterback? I think he was there with. Didn't he bring them in, or was that?
I don't know, but Manny, as you know, is Penn State's defensive coordinator, and has been an absolute godsend for this unit. Patrick, I mean, maybe I've told you this before, but Chris, I don't know how long you've been following college, but when I think about greatest Penn State defense of all time, like one of the first things that comes to mind is 1999 when LeVar Arrington was roaming around linebacker and Courtney Brown leading that line. That was like the gold standard for me. I think Manny Diaz's defense in 2023 surpasses that. Now they may not have a athletic freak like LeVar. I mean, I'll say Abdul Carter, Chop Robinson, Dante Sutton, very athletic freaks themselves, but even if they don't quite have a LeVar type, they still, I mean, collectively, I mean, this is the most talented, deepest Penn State defense I've seen in my lifetime. And that is the one thing that's giving me hope. That's the reason I say this is the most confident I felt about Penn State's chances going into Ohio State since 2017. Now, again, I don't know if that means Penn State's going to win or not, but normally I'm just sitting there kind of hoping we can have a puncher's chance to maybe steal the game in the fourth quarter.
Well, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Well, no, I was just going to say, I noticed, for example, and I'm not trying to throw sand or whatever on dirt on Ohio State, but I don't want to say they were lucky to beat Notre Dame. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I should just put it that way. I don't know. I think it was so close to where, I mean, it almost could have gone the other way. I'll just leave it that way. So I don't like taking credit away from a team that, who's Ohio State's quarterback? I have trouble sometimes remembering names. But
Kyle McCord.
Yeah, he got them down to where obviously he put them right down there where they needed to win. But I think it was like, I'm not even sure if it wasn't fourth down. I mean, my memory isn't always that good, but and it was kind of iffy on whether they actually, I mean, it was as close to where it's like almost, I kind of wondered even if Ohio State even won the game anyway, but I don't like to take credit. I mean, they beat Notre Dame, but, I think not knowing enough about Penn State to really say much other than what probably agree with what you already said is that I do kind of my own little, I'm able to kind of give a evaluation of team proficiency, and they're almost the same. So I think what we're going to get is, regardless of who wins, it should be a real tight game, I think, because I have them rated about the same is what I'm trying to tell you. And so I don't know if that makes any difference as far as the way the game will go, but what it should be something that, a must see, I guess, where people should want to tune in and, find out. Because the other thing is, I think it might, I think the playoff's selective enough that the team that loses probably isn't going to, my guess would be team that loses probably isn't going to get another chance, really. I mean, maybe maybe they might still get to the championship game, who knows? But I think one of the things that the playoff kind of changed is, really, if you get a second chance, you're lucky. I don't think that really happens too often. And so the winner might be a winner take all scenario is what I'm trying to tell you.
You're probably right, more likely than not. It is just maybe Michigan just is that much better than Ohio State and Penn State, because I think, right, we all look at Big Ten and we think of that top three of Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, or at least as Penn Staters, we make it a top 3. There does seem to be at least some sort of belief that, right, if one of those teams is a little bit above the other ones, it would be Michigan above Ohio State. So, yeah, you're probably right that I don't know how likely the scenario is that, say, that Penn State loses to Ohio State, but Penn State beats Michigan, but Michigan then beats Ohio State, and they all kind of beat each other. That 3-way tiebreaker.
I mean, I could see that could happen. Yeah, I understand that, but I mean, with the playoff being, if it was like a 12-team playoff, then it might be okay. Well, even if we lose, I guess that's why I don't really like about the idea about the playoff is kind of gives teams too many chances, in my opinion. But I don't know how you feel about it, but I kind of think for a national championship, I don't know that I want like a 2-loss team winning a national championship. I don't know. Maybe I'm alone in that regard, but I think it kind of diminishes the value of what a national championship is if you have like a 2-loss team. It's like, well, I mean,
we had it in 2007 LSU.
Yeah, I suppose, but I think those games were in overtime. But I know what you're saying, though. But yeah, they were 2 losses, but they weren't regulation losses. So it kind of, I mean, you're right. I mean,
one of them was I think it was.
No, they were both overtime losses. But
anyway,
sorry,
I meant regular season. Sorry, never mind. I got confused.
No, well, I mean, they were both, two. They lost to Arkansas and to Kentucky.
But still, they lost twice. I mean, it doesn't matter regulation, overtime. They're both losses.
No, that matters. It makes a difference because if you beat a team in regulation, then that's kind of the same as saying that you didn't need to go to overtime. So, in my opinion, anyway, it changes the dynamic a little bit. But I think maybe in the record book, it might not change a whole lot. But in other words, that was even one of the things that Les Miles, when he was there, he said, he didn't say they were undefeated, but he said they were. He kind of tried to pump it up a little bit because people were kind of throwing, you had 2 losses. How can you say you're the national? And he says, well, we didn't lose in regulation. That's what he said. So it wasn't just me. He said we weren't beaten in regulation. So I think it does. I mean, you can say whatever you want to about it, but that was kind of a strange year anyway. I think LSU still had to beat Tennessee for the SEC title, but and I think Ohio State. I don't know. I think Ohio State, they kind of backed into it, but I'm not saying Ohio State didn't deserve to be in the championship game. It's just that they didn't have to win a title game. I don't think they had lost to Illinois. I don't know if you remember that. And it was a game that they easily could have won. I think Illinois was kind of lucky to beat Ohio State that year, but it was a good game though. I mean, it was. I think Ohio State actually was ranked number 1 at the time when they played LSU in the championship game. And then that's what people were saying. They say we need a playoff, but I mean, I don't really think so. I think it should. Go ahead.
Yeah, but now with all this conference realignment, like, the SEC is going to 16 teams with adding Oklahoma, Texas, Big Ten. They're adding
going to 18.
Oregon, USC, UCLA. I mean, these conferences these power conferences are becoming more loaded now, and the schedules are getting tougher, and the teams are going to be beating each other up. So you're going to have teams getting through multiple losses. I mean, which. It makes sense to me why they're expanding the playoff in that sense, because schedules are about to get tougher. It's going to be very hard to get through. Even if you're a really great team, it's going to be hard to get through without 1 or 2 losses. So
sure. No, I don't. And it's kind of why I think we've already had seasons where I know Alabama, for example, it's kind of unusual for them not to really, I think, was there even a year where they didn't have a loss? I don't know. But I mean, it's kind of unusual really for even Alabama not to go undefeated, really. I mean, they always get tripped up by somebody. So it's like, that's why nobody's really counting them out. It's like, it's always somebody that kind of catches them maybe not on the top of their game or something. And so that's why, people think, okay, well, they're done. Well, it'd be the first time they were done after losing once. Cause they always seem to rally and make us, even last year, I think there were people that were thinking that maybe Alabama should have been in the championship, but I just kind of think in principle though, I think the fewer losses, the better, because I think every time you lose a game, that's evidence that you're probably not the best team. But I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one that thinks that way.
I agree with you, Chris. This is very old man of me, but what makes college football great, or what made college football great and makes it different from the NFL, is the fact that every single game, especially in the 2000s and 90s, every single game mattered so much that, even back in 2008, 2008 specifically for Penn State, they lose that one game to Iowa, and that was it. And I think as much as that stunk for Penn State, and I don't think that Penn State team, I mean, clearly even USC was a better team, but it's just what made it great. And we're kind of losing that. It's turning into the NFL now. So,
well, and I don't know if that's, and again, I don't mean to take up all your time. It's just that to me, it's like, do we really want that? Do we want the NFL? I mean, I guess if that's what the objective is to have like another NFL. I mean, maybe it's the right approach, but I don't even know that I really like the way the NFL does it all that much.
I'm agreeing with you. Just because even like you were saying earlier before going into this game, it's kind of like whoever loses is more than likely going to be eliminated from the playoff. Whereas next year, this time, that's probably not the case, right? With 12 teams, if you have one loss and it's on the road to a top 10 team or to a team like Ohio State, you're probably still in it, which again kind of takes away from what college football has been all these years.
Well, I think again, not to interrupt you, but I think in the NFL you have so much parity that it's not. You can have like an 8-8 team that can maybe make a. I mean, it's not that really surprising to see an 8-8 team make a run, at the end. Or remember one year, a 7-9 Seattle team, I think, beat New Orleans. Which is fine. I mean, they didn't win the Super Bowl, but it's like I don't know that I want to see a 7-9 team necessarily be the world champion. But I guess it's all about whether that really makes a difference or not. But to me, it's like I think it kind of defeats the whole purpose of it, though. If you have like a team that doesn't even win half their games, it's still in the championship. They weren't, but that's kind of an extreme example. But
yeah, some of those Giants teams. I think the second Giants team that maybe it was the first
7. Yeah, they were 9-7, but
yeah, they were a little shaky. I don't remember their exact records. They might have been 10.
I think they were 9-7, but I mean, they still had to win. They still had to win the game. But I guess my point is, it's like, do we really want that in the college football ranks where you can go 6-6 or whatever? And I mean, to me, that's not really a national champion. But maybe I'm the only one that thinks that way. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll enjoy. I'm not saying I won't enjoy the playoffs games. Like the idea, like even like the projection today, if the 12-team playoff were to happen this year, it'd be Bama coming to Penn State, and that's really, really cool. It's just my ideal world would be that game is taking place in September because they would be, scheduling strong out of conference games and doing that type of thing. Whereas, that obviously is not happening.
I kind of wonder who's behind all this because it's like. I remember before we had any playoff, I really don't remember that many people being all that upset about it. It's just that it might be like one team I don't even know what team to use, but maybe a USC that went, not even like, they have like 2 losses or something. And then like in 2000, was it 2, kind of that year you were talking about? Well, they still had 2 losses, but I guess because they finished strong or something, they're like, oh, well, USC should have been, and it's like, well, they had 2 losses. Well, yeah, but they beat Penn State or whoever it was. I don't know if it was Penn State, but. So they say, well, they probably were good enough to, they beat Penn State, or I don't know if it was Penn State, but it's the 2008 season.
Yeah, and USC, they just have that one loss to Oregon State, but I don't know. I mean, you can go back and there was I always thought college football that was like, if you go undefeated, that's the only time you have a case, and in a Power 5 conference, that's the only time you have the case to make complaints, which I think Auburn did in 2004, 2003, one of those seasons. So
2004, yeah.
Yeah, so that would just be the only argument.
Well, no, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say, and I'm probably not saying it very well, is, to me, the idea of a national champion is you don't have to like say, well, yeah, we lost to, and we're still a national. I mean, it's like you don't have to like you won every game. I mean, like I was looking back in history, and there was a season actually where Wyoming almost won every game. Well, they didn't because when they went to the Sugar Bowl, they got beat. But but that's why they're not a national champion too, is because they lost. You know what I mean?
Of course.
I mean, it's like you don't have to like second guess it. You can say, well, they got beat in the Sugar Bowl, so they're not a national champion. That makes sense to me. I don't know if you're aware of that year. Yeah, they played LSU in the Sugar Bowl 1967, and I don't know how close it was. I mean, Wyoming.
I was far from being born. So,
well, no, but I mean, it might not have been the national championship game, but it was the Sugar Bowl. And if they win, my guess would be that there'd be people saying, "Hey, they're a national champion. They won. They beat LSU." But the fact that they didn't, now nobody's saying it, which I think is probably fair.
Yeah.
You didn't win them, you're not. Yeah.
So, Chris, we love to. We can talk all night about playoff systems and who would have won what, but do need to move on here. So, thank you for calling in.
Yeah, I'm gonna scream about Ohio State.
I understand. Go PSU.
Hey, there we go, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. Take care. All right. Well, we're bringing on. We got Michigan man calling in the show. Welcome.
What's up, guys? Hey, man, you guys are going to win this game 27-13. Letting you know that right now.
Okay, laying down a prediction. All right.
Hey, listen. Ohio State's offense versus the Power 5 this year. If you delve into it, this isn't the explosive Ohio State offense of the past. Before Purdue, they had scored 1 touchdown in the first half versus Power 5 opponents. They're very slow out the gate. They're about to go against in my opinion, the second best defense. Not far behind the first, but one of the best defenses in the country. By far the best defense they'll play all year. Kyle McCord. Here's the keys to the game. Kyle McCord, you're going to get pressure on Kyle McCord. He has yet to show that he can step up in the pocket. 1. 2. You'll be able to, in my opinion, be able to move the ball on this Ohio State defense because they switched from super aggressive to bend, don't break. And that Penn State wants to be able to go downfield in 11-play drives, control the ball, and you'll be able to do that. And Ohio State's rush defense is also not elite this year. 22nd ranked in the country. Is not even a top 20 rush defense this year. Purdue running back just ran for 6.7 yards a carry. So I like the matchup, man. I think 27-13.
Well, I hope that ends up being the case, Michigan, man. I guess so. I'll start off with, I know, Pat, you and I were talking about this at the beginning of the show. Like, the part where I'm most bullish is about that Penn State D line against the Ohio State offensive line, because I can like it was yesterday. I remember watching Maryland's D line just give them all sorts of fits, and
they can't run the ball against any good rush any good rush defense or average rush defense. They just can't run the ball.
Now I'm curious to see if Trevion Henderson comes back, and if he does, is he 100% close to it? Because the last couple of years we've gone up against Ohio State, he's been good to bust off at least one explosive gain on us. He's good. He gets those outside zone runs or those runs to the outside. He's good for one of those games. But look, man, it's the worst O-line they've had in some time, especially run block. I mean, Youngstown State, who's an FCS school, held them to like 60-some yards for 3 quarters. So I think you have a lot of success there, and they're just not as explosive as they've been. Period. They have a statue at quarterback, and like I said, he's very susceptible in the pocket. And I heard you earlier. I do think this is the best Penn State defense in a long time.
Yeah,
I agree with that. So I think it's a great matchup for you guys. The only bad matchup thing is it's on the road.
Yeah,
that's it.
Come out victorious from the shoe.
Oh yeah. I mean, do you guys agree with those takes?
Patrick, you want to?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly. What's funny is I feel like I'm usually the most optimistic, confident one. Not saying that I'm not confident, but it's just one of those things as a Penn State fan, and you as a Michigan fan could maybe get this, because after these last 2 years, Penn State just feels like no matter how good things are against Ohio State, they just find a way to pull things out. Last year they have a fourth quarter. Penn State has a fourth quarter lead. Go back to 2019, Penn State has a fourth quarter lead. 2018 and 2017, we have fourth quarter leads. James Franklin teams have always, I know Michigan has, blown us out a couple times. James Franklin teams always play Ohio State really, really well. I think that 2020 season is probably the biggest blowout that they have had. And even 2015, Penn State kept it decently close for a little bit. So I think for us, or at least I'll just speak from my perspective, I agree with kind of what you're saying as far as if you take away, the Ohio State logo and the Penn State logo and look at these teams, I think you feel pretty good about the Penn State side of things. It's just
100
going into the shoe and what has happened all these years. And I say this as a pro James Franklin guy. Just can we get over the hump? Because I think I don't want to say that there's like a mental block, not to be Ryan Day screaming about Lou Holtz, but is there just something with Ohio State in the back of this team's mind? And I like to think that, guys like, Drew Allure and Nick Singleton and Katron Allen and Abdul Carter and Denai Dennis-Sun, these guys who were, top 50 prospects, top 100 prospects, could have went anywhere in the country that they wanted to go. If they're going to have that mindset that, Ohio State is not better than Penn State, we can beat this team. So that's just what everything comes back to me. And I think that's why, Penn State fans, and at least for myself, kind of have some trouble, being too confident. But no, I think you hit the nail on the head as far as, the optimistic side for Penn State. The only thing that I'll say, and I know I'm rambling at this point, is it would be nice if Penn State could have shown any semblance of big plays, because it's something that even in our our worst offenses back in 2014 and 2015, Penn State at least had the penchant for breaking a big run or getting a deep pass, and they just haven't done that this year. And that might be to their benefit, where Ohio State is maybe going to bite on short underneath stuff, and Penn State, I don't want to say can get lucky, but can take advantage of that. But you at least would have liked to see it a little bit more going into this game.
Yeah, and honestly, that I think is actually to your favor in this game.
Yeah.
Because Ohio State this year defensively is playing a lot of playing back a lot. They're allowing a lot of the short stuff. They're allowing some gashes in the run game. They're allowing that, and I think that plays to the way you guys want to play anyways. This isn't Ohio State's defense from last year that was aggressive all the time.
Yeah.
And I think they kind of had to be, especially to stop better run games. But back to your point about, they've always been close to winning these games. Outside of 2017, when I think Penn State arguably did have the better team, Ohio State still had JT Barrett, still had a lot of experience, still had more explosive on the offense, and they had that crutch of JT Barrett they could always lean on. This is an Ohio State team that doesn't have that. This is an Ohio State team that has really struggled out the gate. And when I say out the gate, I'm talking the first 2-3 quarters of games against Power 5 competition. They don't have a dynamic quarterback. They have a guy that can throw the ball well, but they don't. There's a gap this year, I'm telling you, that you haven't seen since maybe 2017. Even then, I think it's bigger than that. So I don't like looking at history. I hate doing that. The only time you can look at history, in my opinion, is when the same personnel returns. If the same personnel returns, then yeah, look at the past years. If the personnel is completely different, no, it's a new year. Take the way they played this year, and this year they're just better. And another side note, Marvin Harrison Jr. is getting like 15 targets a game. Another thing to look out for is I would bracket him all game. They might not have a Buka. Bracket him all game. Force McCord to not go to him on his first read every time and keep looking for him. I'm telling you, he's going to struggle if you do those things. He's going to struggle mightily.
And we'll see what Penn State can do with Kalen King. In the past, Penn State, and granted, like you're saying, right, personnel always changes, and Penn State for so many years had, Brent Pryce, their defensive coordinator, and last year was the first year that they had Diaz, so you can't look too much at the past. But I don't think Penn State has done a ton in the past of having one cornerback kind of follow one receiver, and I do wonder if they will have Kalen King do that, or if, our second cornerback, Johnny Dixon, is quite good in his own right. But, Penn State, they have the horses, especially defensively. Offensively, it's receiver, but defensively, we definitely have the horses. So
yeah, I could see McCord holding on to the ball if you game plan the way I think you will, holding on to the ball, stepping back in the pocket, not knowing where to step in the pocket, getting sacked. I could see him getting like 4 or 5, and this is getting crazy, maybe. I could see him getting sacked 4 or 5 times in this game too.
We will certainly need that.
Like people think it's crazy that when I say Ohio State's going to only score 13 points. If you look at this season, that's very possible. They only had 10 points for pretty much the whole game against Notre Dame. They had 20 points against Maryland for 3.5 quarters, maybe 3 quarters, or along those lines. They've only scored 1 touchdown in the first 3 quarters against any good Power 5 competition. It's not crazy to think that the best Penn State defense, like you said, since 1999, can't hold this offense to 13 points.
Do we know what the over/under is for this game? I'm checking.
I'm gonna look that up right now, Pat.
Because I would agree that even saying that Ohio State's going to have some trouble scoring. I think for either team, this is going to be kind of like going to that Notre Dame Ohio State game. I don't know what people necessarily were expecting.
48 points. That's the over.
I have more faith in Penn State. I know they're not as explosive. I know they're arguably not explosive at all.
Yeah.
But I actually have more faith in Penn State scoring than Ohio State. I think Penn State's defense is actually a lot better.
Yeah.
Than Ohio State defense.
What's the over under, Tim?
48.
Okay, that is pretty decently though. I thought it was going to be in the 50s. No, I mean it feels like a game kind of like 2018, Trace's last start against Ohio State, where I mean, going into that game, Penn State and Ohio State were two of the best offenses in the country, and all of a sudden, right, you finally play someone that has a good defense, and it gets a little bit tougher. And Ohio State has, Notre Dame is a good defense, so it certainly give them credit. Penn State has also played Iowa, who's been a good defense. So yeah, I would think that this is going to be on either side, a lower scoring game than maybe people expect. Although 48 is already pretty low. That is pretty.
Well, hey, my prediction is 40, 27 plus 13. I'm not, I'm a little lower than that. Yeah. But you're gonna see. You're gonna see, man. You're gonna see. If you guys come back on next time you're on here, I'll call them and be like, "Hey, this is what I do. I'm a fortune teller, man. I'm a fortune teller."
Who are you as a Michigan fan? Who are you? I'm guessing you're more concerned with Penn State. I mean,
I'm more concerned with Penn State.
Okay, yeah, I guess. Especially
I just think Penn State. I think this is a really good Penn State team. I know they're not explosive, and we got to go on the road for that.
Yeah.
No, I still think Michigan's the best team in the country. I think they're the best team in the country.
I agree with you on that.
It's at least right up there with Georgia. I mean, Georgia just lost Brock Bowers for the year, so.
Yeah, I know the schedule's not good. Don't get me wrong, I agree with that, but they're doing some historic stuff. First team since 1936 to average 30 plus and allow less than 7 points per game. They're number one in almost every efficiency stat. I mean, they're number one in SP plus. But this is a Penn State show. I ain't trying to get lost on that. But I'm definitely more worried about Penn State. That game, because I think your defense is fast, athletic, give problems. The one advantage I think Michigan has is running up the middle, is what we had success with last year. And I think JJ's taking a huge step up. But that game is the biggest question mark for sure.
Yeah, and I'm sure might be back on here in a few weeks. We're previewing the Penn State Michigan game.
Yeah, it's only a few games away. It's only a few games away, man. We got the bye week after Michigan State, Purdue, and then you guys. So,
yeah, who knows? Maybe at that point it could be a potential clash of undefeateds.
Oh, it will. Oh, it will, man. We'll continue this night. We're gonna push that streak all the way back to like 75 or something.
We like that. We like that.
Good
so,
stuff.
Hey, man. All right, guys. Peace out.
Yeah,
thanks,
Michigan, man. Yep. Take care.
Very nice. Just before we get to anything else, Tim, I want to put this up. Have you been to any away games where fans have been a little unruly towards you, or other Penn State people around?
Well, so let me think. I've been the away games. Can we count neutral sites too? Like
neutral sites work.
I've been to the Rose Bowl twice. Both times I lost to USC. USC fans were fine. They were chill. I've been to UVA.
It's hard to be angry. It's hard to be mean at the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, true. I've been to UVA, like back when Sam Ficken missed those kicks.
2012 is a rough time to be a Penn State.
That was a rough. Yeah. But they weren't. No one was saying anything to us personally. But I've also been. Let's see. I've been to. We played Indiana at FedEx Field back in 2010, but that was majority Penn State fans, even though it was a Indiana home game that got moved from Bloomington to DC because Daniel Snyder, previous owner of Washington's football team, was an Indiana alum, and so he paid him like $5 million to move it to FedEx Field.
That's so great.
It's Indiana football, so don't expect hostilities from them there. Yeah, so those are the only two. I'm trying to think off the top of my. Oh, I've been to Maryland. Yeah, I've been to a bunch of Maryland Penn State games since Maryland joined the conference. I'd say that was maybe the most hostile, and that's not like they didn't say anything directly to myself, but I definitely. Well, of course, I'm walking up to the stadium. This was the 2019 game, by the way, the one where we blanked them 59-zip.
Friday night.
I just remember, Friday night lights. But I remember just, hey, it's your all. I'm walking around, all the students like just yelling, F Penn State, and then I think I saw it made it onto like Maryland's Barstool Instagram, but some student had like some Sandusky related sign or something, and it's funny after the fact, like I kind of wanted to just go on and just tell them where to stick that sign, but I'll say I remember. I say it's the most hostile because I do remember I left at halftime because it was like 30-0 at half. I just wanted to get home and beat traffic, and And so, but I remember we were up in the upper deck, and I remember just walking down the concourse. Like I see I see a Penn Stater like holding another Penn Stater kind of in a headlock or just keeping him from charging out of someone. I see in the corner this like Maryland fan's got his dukes up and he's all red faced. Clearly some Maryland and Penn State, drunken Penn State Maryland fans were just getting into it. So that's probably the most hostility I've seen from, as a visiting fan anywhere. So I haven't gotten any like insults or had anything hurled at me, nothing bad like that. But what about you? Have you had any?
I've been to only away games. I was at the Syracuse game, which was at MetLife. I was going to say FedEx at MetLife. I don't remember anything with that. I went to Michigan in 2014. Unbelievably nice. I didn't get one, not a Sandusky or anything, or Joe New or, pedophile, nothing. I was shocked. It's 2014. I mean, that was right after it. The only thing was that Michigan was not that good at the time. That was, Brady Hoke's last year. And Penn State had just lost Northwestern 29-6. So both sides were pretty much like, yeah, we are not good. We stink. So that was the only thing that maybe, changes hostility is when your team isn't good. It's like, who really cares anyway? I don't know if a top 10 matchup between Penn State and Michigan would change things, but I do want to give credit to, those people in Ann Arbor and the Michigan fans. Everybody was incredibly nice. And again, didn't hear, at least towards me, did not hear one single thing. Went to Ohio State, as I said, in 2019, and I got a lot. we got a lot. Nothing mean-spirited, which I don't mind, right? As long as you're not like actually threatening someone or trying to attack someone, right? Giving a Joe New or a Sandusky or James Franklin's a fraud or whatever. That's that's fine and to be expected in some sense. But we got a lot at the game, after the game, just everywhere. We got comments here and there. So hopefully this one will be a little bit nicer. But again, I don't take that as being Ohio State's like a bad place. I'm sure Penn State fans, at least some sections of Penn State fans will do the same thing. So it wasn't mean-spirited, but I was just curious because I saw this. So I will say that was Justin Fields' sophomore season, 2019. That's when they ended up losing to Ohio State, ended up losing to Clemson, and they were not worried about that game at all. And let me also say, sorry, I'm going on now, but I also did get a lot of thank you for coming. Hope you're enjoying your time, from Ohio State fans. But man, they really when Ohio State fans say they do not care about Penn State and they'll view Penn State as a threat. I can tell you that's definitely the case because they were even during the game, they were like, oh, wow, good job, guys. Way to score a touchdown. Journey Brown, hey, he looks like a good old player. I bet you he would be pretty good for us Buckeyes if he came here. So curious if this season, just because the Ohio State team, despite the fact that they're undefeated, certainly isn't as good as that Justin Fields-led team. So curious to see what the atmosphere will be like. But noon game certainly helps matters as well.
Yeah, what do you think of? I save this comment. I'm more sold on Kyle McCord than Drew Allar. Drew only has one touchdown on the road and 50% completion rate. I need to see it on the road for Drew.
The road thing is real. That is,
the road thing. I'll give you. That's definitely, obviously, his 2 games in a row at Illinois, at Northwestern, not his best games. He wasn't terrible by any means, but at least in the first half, it looked like he and his receivers weren't quite on the same page. He did anyway, or if he did drop a nice pass in there, it would get dropped.
What do you think the causes for that? Illinois was obviously, they had a decent crowd, but I mean, Northwestern was.
Jer'Zhan Newton was acting like a bit of a one-man game wrecker, sort of. I mean, the rest of his defense wasn't good enough to back him up, but he did cause some problems at times. But that was just more, I think, they just Drew and the receivers not being in sync. I remember they was showing him, he missed, or he should have thrown he had Keandre Lambert-Smith open down the middle for a deep ball, and he didn't throw it. He just kind of checked down instead. So Northwestern was just more, I don't know. Obviously, Singleton fumbling the opening kickoff kind of set the tone for a slow start. But again, I think it's just a matter of, first, I don't know, seems like he just gets off to slow starts in the first half on the road. So, hopefully maybe it bucks a trend this time, especially that's kind of actually what I wanted to mention too, is I'm really curious to see how, this is like a homecoming for Drew, being an Ohio kid. It's his first time playing in the States since his high school days. So I'm sure he's got plenty of like relatives and some friends watching in the stands.
Girlfriend.
His girlfriend apparently goes to Ohio State. So I mean, it's going to be. I wonder if he, maybe you never know. Like college football, sports in general can be weird like this. Maybe he, that gives him a little just boost, and he he has the game of his career or something. But
well, that is like the weird thing though with this road, because I agree that it's a thing. Like you look at his home stats versus his away stats, and his away stats are much worse. But at the same time, going to Illinois for an 11 a.m. kick, and then going to Northwestern for an 11 a.m. kick, versus going to Ohio State, place that he grew up, more than likely. I actually want to say maybe I'm getting confused with Clifford. I believe Clifford grew up a Notre Dame fan. I might be wrong on that. Maybe I'm making that up. I don't know. Regardless, right? There was probably some being of Drew that wanted to go to Ohio State at one point in time before he realized that Ohio State is stinky and Penn State is much better. So I do wonder if that almost like helps him going on, like compared to the Northwestern Illinois game where it was like a slow start, and Illinois was a decent atmosphere, but certainly not anything that was challenging for Penn State, and Northwestern was almost more Penn State fans there than Northwestern fans. That, like you kind of said, does, and now this is very much blue light glasses, but like, does being in a hostile environment help Drew? Potentially. I don't know, like, right, he comes out against West Virginia, and then that's a home game, but right, the juices are going, the buzz is high, and he plays, fantastic. Probably, I would say the West Virginia game is his best game of the year. And then you look at the Iowa game, which again, he was very, very good in, right? That whiteout atmosphere, buzz going. So does he kind of rise to the moment? And once again, fully admit, this is blue light glasses saying that going to the shoe is going to be good for him. But
well, you know what, Pat? I'm picturing. I forget if it's from Parks and Recs or whatever show, but I'm just picturing that clip on YouTube of like this guy getting booed and he just screamed megaphone, "I am nourished by your hatred." maybe that's Drew Hour in Columbia. Like he's nourished by the
keep in mind
the atmosphere.
I'm going to write something this week. Just the title is going to be "I'm a Hopeful Idiot." So fully admit here that has no basis in reality, but that's what game week is for. We're here to be hopeful, and hopefully that Drew is a war daddy like we think he is. Has taken.
I will. Yes, Bilal, I will. You do a point there. McCord, the one thing I say McCord has, if there's like a clear advantage between the two, I would say McCord has at least been in a situation like, last drive of the game, you're down, it's touchdown or bust. And he managed to lead a game-winning drive downfield when the pressure was on. And so, he gets credit for that. Of course, same time, again, we'll see how, I also saw how easily he can be pressured if he's just sitting there dropping back to pass, with the way Ohio State's O-line is played, and just knowing what this Penn State pass rush is capable of. My thinking is, all right, I've seen people suggest this, but it won't be surprising if like Ryan Day's having McCord just do a bunch of like quick outs, slants, just design plays that make sure he gets the ball out within a couple seconds. Like instead of making him sit back there for a few seconds and scan the field, because that's when he would be most vulnerable to a team that's, able to get a good pass rush going. So, and the thing is, he's not, unlike CJ Stroud, unlike Justin Fields, he's not exactly known for his legs. I disagree. I think Michigan is saying he's a statue. I mean, that's like saying Drew Howard is a statue. Neither of them are statues. Like they can run if they have to, but it's not their preferred thing to do. So,
The only thing I'll say is Kyle McCord has negative 21 rushing yards compared to Drew. Sorry, I'm looking it up now, but I would say Drew probably has over 100 this year at this point, right? He has 79. Okay, so not as much as I thought, but I definitely, I mean, not that CJ Stroud certainly wasn't that much of a rusher. I'm looking up he ran for 108 yards over, 13 games. So certainly was not, Justin Fields or JT Barrett. I mean, even Dwayne Haskins wasn't much of a runner, but so Ryan Day has shown that he can can win with all different types of quarterbacks. But yeah, I mean, I don't think Al McCord's a bad quarterback at all. Like, he's just unfortunately graded, or fortunately, unfortunately.
Yeah, I guess I should have made that. Maybe I didn't make it clear. I mean, I know I've been criticizing his, how he can easily be sacked. That's not to say he's a bad quarterback. Like, he's a very good quarterback. I mean,
just Ohio State standards are like,
well, Ohio State standards. Yes, exactly. He's not. No one's mistaken him for CJ Stroud or Justin Fields, or even JT Barrett. Like, those are your standards. If you're not, so I mean, he's like a notch below that. Now, maybe eventually he could get there, but right now, step below. Again, still, I mean, in the overall college football landscape, still a very good quarterback, but he does unfortunately have a shaky O-line protecting him in passing situations, which, again, I've seen that firsthand be problematic. I keep thinking back to that Maryland game, especially a couple weeks ago. Now, granted, Ohio State did go on to win that game, namely because Maryland just doesn't quite have the, talent and depth level to, hang for 4 quarters with the Ohio States of the world, but it definitely was an eye opener to me. So again, I guess we're gonna, obviously we're just kind of, sort of talking it out here. We'll find out. Saturday really can't get here soon enough. Frankly, I'm really, I don't know about you. I'm already getting a little anxious thinking about it. I'm ready to see, just how for real these two teams are, and who's going to emerge as a team that could potentially dethrone Michigan in the Big Ten East. I just wanted to get to one before we get to see Argra. I see you waiting there patiently in the backstage. Just one thing before we get to him. I'll address it. Yeah, Franklin was above Ohio State, Michigan, be 4-16 against those two teams. Will be time for a change? No. James Franklin's not going anywhere. He signed that extension a couple years ago. That was like a 10-year extension. He loves where he is at Penn State. The important thing is now he's got an athletic director. In the past year, he's gotten a new athletic director and a new school president who both understand the importance of having, a great football team, great sports teams at a university. And they're all rowing in the same direction for the first time that Franklin's been there. That wasn't the case just a few short years ago. So, the resources are flowing in now. The NIL money, I know the collective that like Adam Brenneman got going this summer, that Happy Valley United thing's been taking off. So
just signed Jalen Harvey tonight, which USC.
And yes, actually got some good recruiting news. Jalen Harvey, 4-star defensive end out of Maryland, DMV, actually very close, pretty close to where I live in Montgomery County, Maryland. He just committed tonight over USC in Maryland. So huge get there. I know it was Penn State spent a lot of time on him, and it was, we weren't sure. It seemed at times maybe he was leaning more Maryland or USC, but ultimately ends up picking Nittany Lions there. So huge get for Deion Barnes and James Franklin there, and hopefully he'll be the next of lineage of pass rushers to come in there. So, anyway, enough from me. We're gonna bring on Argra. Welcome. You are on the show.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. How are you doing?
Not too bad. The first thing that I would say is if I were an Ohio State fan, I wouldn't follow the narrative of Franklin's record versus Ohio State and Michigan combined. obviously Ohio State has been the harder team, and Franklin's 500 since 2016 over the last 6 seasons against Michigan. So if I were a Buckeye, I would give myself a little more credit, and I probably wouldn't lump myself in with that. That's probably the first thing. But the other thing, sort of one of the things I was sort of thinking about as you guys were talking, it sort of came to mind, is the idea of maybe what is being held back in terms of things that we are not seeing and haven't been seen simply because we haven't had to see certain things. One of the things I'm specifically thinking about is what are the odds that Franklin throws out there a package with Bo, and we finally sort of see him in action apart from the second half of the fourth quarter, that kind of thing.
Let me take that one first, Tim. I love the Tommy Stevens package, right? The line package, and I asked for it back in the day, like way more than they did, because it felt like, like you were saying, it felt seeing it against, when Penn State was up big and against teams where it didn't matter, and it's like, if this thing works this well, like let's use it a little bit more. If you remember, we finally did break Tommy out against Ohio State in 2018, and I believe he had 2 plays and they both lost yardage. Since then, it feels like Franklin is a little, I don't want to say scared, but gun shy to do that. Maybe your church has a different outlook, and that certainly could be the case, because I think Franklin, despite the fact what some people may think, he gives his coordinators the leeway to make those decisions. So I wouldn't be against it. I would just personally, I would be a little surprised by it, and I think it depends what Drew looks like as well, right? If he comes down, he's kind of firing on all cylinders, and it feels like one of those games where Drew's ready to go, then maybe you don't want to take the ball out of his hands. But if you need a spark, right? If we're kind of how we're expecting, or at least some of us are expecting, where it's going to be a low scoring game, it's going to be close. Maybe that's something that they can, it's a 3rd and 3, they bring that in, or if it's 2nd and 8 and they bring it in. So yeah, I wouldn't be against it, but I would be surprised by it, just because it would be a little out of character for what Penn State has done. But weird things have happened. But Tim, what do you think about using Bo this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I could potentially see it maybe like in some kind of goal line package, or maybe let's say they're in, it's like goal to go in the red zone.
Remember when they would use Tyler Warren like that, and then they just stopped?
And the Wildcat, the Wild Warren, or yeah. I think teams eventually started stopping it, but they could maybe throw some little wrinkle like that, and maybe they've been working on having both throw it out of that thing, because obviously they're going to be anticipating Bo's going to take the direct snap and just try to run up the gut or run off to the sideline or something. But hopefully they're working on something where Bo actually does throw it, because I mean, he is a quarterback after all, so he's obviously no one's going to mistake his arm for Drew's, but he could still throw it decently enough, at least close to the end zone. So, we'll see. But it should be like, it shouldn't just throw it out there just to throw it out there. Like, I feel like I guess I'm thinking back to like when Ricky Ronnie was the coordinator, and it seemed at times like we throw out that Stevens package, or we would just throw these things, these little quick plays, gadget plays out, like maybe just to, when it wasn't necessary, like we were just kind of moving the ball on them straight up, and without having to get cutesy with the play calling, and then it would backfire on us. So I don't want us to be whipping that package out. Sorry, that really sounded bad.
Whoa,
it to be
this is a PG show, Tim. Come on.
Yeah, I don't want us to be whipping and putting Bo out there in that package. Like, if it's not, if we're moving the ball with Katron or single, or just having Drew dink and dunk his way with passes downfield, it's just it wouldn't be necessary. But if we're having a little trouble maybe punching it in, wouldn't be a bad idea to throw something out like that. So we'll see.
And I honestly, I don't know what your thoughts are on this, but I as good as Katron Allen is, and as good as Nick Singleton certainly is, I kind of wouldn't mind seeing a little bit more action from Trey Potts. He has definitely shown that he's more than capable. I mean, you got to keep in mind the guy was, 1,000-yard rusher prior to coming to Penn State at another Big Ten school. So he certainly has a lot that he can bring in the way of talent and sort of contributing to the team. So, I don't know if maybe we'll see a little bit more of him, but they have certainly found success with him.
Quick feet, makes quick decisions. I think it's one of the things that we sort of missed from Nick Singleton last year was the fact that he, was so dependent on like hitting a home run with every time they touched the ball that he kind of just, went for it a couple times. Whereas this year it feels like he's trying to display more patience and show more vision. And that has kind of, maybe hurt him a little bit here and there. But no, I agree. I mean, I don't know if we're going to see 10 plus carries for Trey Potts, but I think the idea of, getting him in on a third down, if it's, 3rd and 5 and knowing that he's going to be able to make quick decisions. And if he gets the ball, can, break some tackles. I've been really impressed by him. Yeah. He's a guy that, if Penn State's had a very, very good run of running backs, obviously, but, I think if you put Trey Potts on, that 2021 team, that he's, very well could have been the starter at Penn State. So no, I don't hate that idea at all, but who do you guys think? Who do we think is going to lead Penn State in rushes this Saturday? Not to take away from Trey Potts, but I would be shocked if we don't
yards, Pat.
Yeah. What was
attempts,
that?
In rushing
attempts. I would be very surprised if we don't see. Depends what we deem.
I think Katron's going to get most of the carries because this is not. Again, this is an Ohio State defense that they really focus on taking away the explosive plays and just given how Nick Singleton unfortunately hasn't been able to be explosive like he was last year. And knowing just how much more hard nosed of a runner, like more powerful runner Katron is, I think you're going to see them go to Katron early and often. Now, of course, Nick will see his share of carries too, but I think my money would be on Katron getting the majority of carries.
That's sort of where I'm at. If I had to answer that question, I would say Katron is going to get the bulk of the carries. That's sort of what we have been seeing. Yeah. And then once they get into those short yardage situations, when it gets a little bit closer, I think they're going to hand it off to Nick Singleton. He's the one that's sort of been racking up the touchdowns in their running game, which is kind of funny because it's almost a little bit of a reverse of what it was last year. But that's kind of the way I think that it's going to go. It's going to be a little bit more of the same. Again, I would like to see Trey Potts contribute here because I think he can bring something to the table. Whether or not they do that, I don't know. But keep in mind, I think there's a lot of looks that we have yet to see.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, I feel like every Penn State fan at least is saying that we're holding something back. I do think, I don't think that Penn State's going to come out and all of a sudden hit 50-yard bombs and Singleton's going to, these plays that he's going to run for 70 yards. But I do think that, against Iowa, against UMass, weather was not great. So that kind of takes into account like how you're going to call the game. And obviously some of those other games, Penn State was kind of happy to just, not win ugly, but take their time going down the field offensively and relying on your defense and generating turnovers. So yeah, I do think that there will be new wrinkles and like you pointed out, using Bo or using more Trey Potts is certainly something that we could see.
Absolutely. Something that I did put in the chat earlier too was just it's unreal when you look at actually, there you go. You put it there. It was in the chat. You found it. You dug it up. Good for you. It was right there the whole time. Yeah, the idea of there's certainly Penn State is constantly being overlooked whenever. It doesn't matter what you're watching, whether it's certainly, I guess, Joel Klatt to a degree, but he's usually okay with Penn State. Or, well, even this morning I watched Kane and company, and they called Penn State frauds, and it's like. At what point, like, what does Penn State have to do with what they have been doing? Apart from, you could say, well, they have to knock off Ohio State or Michigan. Okay, fine. But leading up to this point, why is it that maybe other teams get the benefit of the doubt, but Penn State doesn't when they've been able to perform as well as they have on both sides of the ball? I mean, you're talking about the number one defense, total defense in the country. You're talking about an offense that the criticism has been, well, they're not explosive plays. Well, that's fair enough, but every single game has been over 30 points, and they have the longest active streak of that in the country, dating back to last year. They've covered the spread. They've gone above it. They have done everything that they've needed to do. They've had 2 shutouts. One was against Iowa, and I'm not going to drag Iowa through the mud or anything like that, but I've never seen a Power 5, just certainly like a ranked team, just get completely demolished the way that happened. That was brutal. I mean, when you don't even have an entire quarter of time of possession and you've gained like 70 some odd yards, that's impressive no matter who you play.
Yeah.
Let alone a Power 5 Big Ten team.
That might go 11-1. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yes. That's another thing. They 100%, they could run the table. They could be the winner out of the West. They could go 11-1 with their one blemish being that game. But yet it just feels like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what Penn State can do or does do, what's on the resume. It just doesn't seem like it's enough for people.
Yeah, it's part of the thing, right? And you said, I believe it was Will Kane or whoever was on his show said, called Penn State frauds. I don't know if not being able to go over the Michigan Ohio State hump, it makes a team fraud. Like Penn State very well could be, I think Michigan, at least right now, it's the best team in the country. We want to say Georgia's 2, Washington's 3, Ohio State's 4. There's a world where at the end of the season, we look at Ohio State and Michigan as the number 1, number 2 team in the country, and Penn State very well could be 3. So I think that's the frustrating part, that Penn State has now been put into this spot where they're simply graded on what they do against 2 of the, what's usually top 5 teams in the country. So yeah, I mean, I don't have an answer for you for why it seems that Penn State is disrespected for whatever reason. People obviously have their qualms with James Franklin, but yeah, it's weird that Penn State, despite the fact that we are a blue blood, or a borderline blue blood at least, right? We're one of the better programs. It's not like this is a place that doesn't have great football history and hasn't won in the past, and even beating Michigan. I mean, yeah, you mentioned it. When you got on that, it's really just been Ohio State that Penn State has had the big issue with. During James Franklin's tenure, Penn State has been Michigan, 2017, beat them in 2019, beat them in the 2020 season. That didn't happen. And obviously Michigan has got the better of these last 2 seasons. But I mean, even 2 seasons ago, Penn State probably should have came away with that win. So yeah, it's frustrating, and why that is, I don't know. Because I don't know if there's another example of a team around the country that just seems to always come up short, right? If you looked at teams that who is the best program that hasn't made the playoff, I think it is probably Penn State. I think you can make an argument for USC, but USC obviously hasn't been as good as Penn State has been, the last 8 years or so, or 7 years. So perhaps it's just that, but I don't know, Tim, what are your thoughts on this as far as why Penn State doesn't seem to be, why it does seem like it's Michigan, Ohio State, and Penn State sort of mentioned, but not quite there with Ohio State and Michigan. You muted yourself, Tim. There we go.
Sorry, it's a matter of, I just don't think they haven't cracked the playoff yet. If not to rehash painful memories, but if they had held on in Columbus 6 years ago, we may not even be having this discussion, because they probably would have. Okay, even if they still lost the next week at Michigan State in that 3.5 hour lightning delay, still, I mean, they would have ended up in the Big Ten championship game anyway. Probably would have beat Wisconsin, would have gotten to the playoff. So I mean, and then even if we don't make the playoff again since then, still at least we've been there before. whereas we've never been there. Meanwhile, Michigan team was also kind of in a similar rut as us. These last 2 years now, they've gotten over the hump. They've beaten our arch rival, Ohio State. They've won the Big Ten. They've gotten to the playoff. So, and of course, Ohio State, as you know, they've won the Big Ten countless times in the last decade. They've been to the playoff. Let's see, they won it. I mean, they won the very first iteration of the playoff almost 10 years ago, and then, I mean, they've been back like probably 3 times since then. So, those two teams have been there. Penn State hasn't, and that's, I think, a big part of why, Penn State's sort of right now like an afterthought, or maybe an also-ran, seen as an also-ran compared to Michigan, Ohio State. But this is the week, this Saturday. This is a chance for Penn State to flip the script, and if they can come out of Columbus victorious, all of a sudden the talk is going to be, can Penn State dethrone Michigan? We'll be talking about the game in Ann Arbor. They'll be talking about the game in Happy Valley in mid-November. So, again, we're going to find out about 5 days from now what this Penn State team's truly made of, whether this is a special team that can maybe finally break through, make it to the playoff. Especially, it'd be great if they could make the final 4-team iteration of the playoff. Like, I would be reasonably confident they could crack a 12-team playoff next season, given what they're returning, and just knowing that a couple of losses, is not going to derail your chances of getting in. But yeah, we'll see. It's we're going to find out about 5 days. But I just wanted to highlight, we have a paid comment here from Daniel Henry. Thank you for the $5. Ohio State isn't going to play 40 yards yet. What is your confidence in Penn State's ability to sustain drive against Ohio State? Your wideouts versus our defensive backs. Yeah, Patrick, you want to take this one? It sounds like you got some.
Not sorry. I'm also watching the Phillies and then just got an ad at home, but they're up 4-0. Not hopeful. As far as confidence scale 1 to 10, I would say it's on the lower end. It's not above 5. I go back to my hopeful idiot comment that I will be, story that I'll be writing on blackshoediaries.com. It only takes 1 or 2, right? You need one big play from, like we saw in the Rose Bowl, one big play from Nick Singleton where he goes 88 yards, one big play from Keandre Lambert-Smith where he goes 87 yards. Maybe I got those yardages mixed up, but that's sometimes all it takes. And what is my confidence in that? Not very high. But on the other end of that, I don't think we're going to look back at this and think, Penn State's defense wasn't able to, keep them in us or not put them in positions to win. So I don't think Penn State's offense is going to need a ton of big plays to beat Ohio State. Like maybe it has been in the past where, right, even last year. I know Penn State has generally had some pretty good defenses, but combined with what Ohio State's offenses have looked like, and granted, yes, Martin Harrison's very good, and we'll see what happens at running back for them. But I just think it's going to be more of an old school 2005, 2008 type Ohio State game where things are going to kind of come down to 1 or 2 big plays, and which
defense and field position.
Yeah, which team can make them? It remains to be seen. Ohio State obviously has Marvin Harrison Jr., who is very good in his own right. And speaking of it only takes one play, he's encapsulates that more than anyone. But you just hope that Penn State has a couple in them. So to answer your question, Daniel, I'm a hopeful idiot, but I will go with a 3 here, because I do think Penn State has a little bit more juice offensively than that they have shown to this point. Despite the fact that Ohio State obviously has been very good, but we'll see. What about you, Tim? What are your thoughts?
Oh, I think, I think my bigger concerns in this game is the Penn State offense against the Ohio State, especially my thought is those receivers. I mean, we know Keandre Lambert-Smith and, getting Trey Wallace back was good last week. I mean, but outside of those two, I mean, no one's really stepped up as a reliable set of hands. And of course, also just we haven't had that reliable, legit deep threat emerge. I mean, maybe Lambert Smith flashes here and there. They did. I mean, I remember Drew threw a nice dime to Trey towards the sideline against UMass, but Trey couldn't quite haul it in. Of course, you remember, I think the try to throw a deep ball to Dante Cephas against Northwestern. Actually, it was a well-placed ball, but I think that's kind of more on Drew. I think he threw it maybe a second or two too late, and Cephas just ran out of real estate the back of the end zone. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to go for a play like that at some point. If it's there, but what concerns me more is will they be able to still hit the receivers just on those those shorter medium routes, the ones that just keep the chains moving, keep them on schedule, because they've been able to do that this year. I mean, that's why they've been successful, putting up as many points they have. I mean, they're as people point out earlier, 13 straight games of at least 30 points, and that's despite not being one of the least explosive teams in the country offensively. I mean, it's kind of funny. I mean, you remember we had Kirk Shiraka as offensive coordinator a few years ago, and he's his whole thing is about ball control and sustaining drives and staying on schedule. And then he got canned for Mike Yurcich because that style just didn't seem working. Now, oddly enough, we're basically playing a style of ball that Kirk himself would enjoy watching.
Well, that's sort of what I was going to say. The idea of Penn State, it would be nice if they could, have some of those plays where maybe they could gain that kind of yardage, but realistically, that hasn't necessarily been who they are or who they have been through the course of the year. They've been able to pile up the yards. They've certainly been able to pile up the points, just sort of doing things a little bit more methodically. They aren't necessarily looking for the home run. At least from what we've seen, again, that sort of goes back to the idea of have they've just sort of been sitting on some things in a playbook. They don't want to show some things, and that's perfectly fine if that's the case. But, they don't necessarily need to have these, huge heavy hitting plays where it's 30, 40, 50 yards that, maybe Nicholas Singleton breaking away or something like that. That'd be really nice, but they haven't needed it up to this point. And I'm not going to say obviously that, Ohio State, that's going to be higher competition, but they have clearly been able to get it done, and they've been scoring a lot of points, not having those type of plays. So I don't see it necessarily as a huge strike against Penn State per se.
And it's something that they did show last year. Granted, Parker Washington is gone, and he was a nice big play threat, as we saw a couple against Ohio State. But it's not like this is the 2014 or let's go 2014 Penn State offense where it's like, do they have the horses to do it? I think that they clearly do. It's just a matter of, like you said, up to this point, they haven't really had to do it. And, as Penn State fans, putting on our blue and white, glasses at least a little bit, we can look at that and think that will be something that we see against Ohio State, that was part of it, that they didn't have to do it. So they were, happy to, score efficiently, to have, 10 plus play drives like we saw against Iowa and Northwestern and et cetera. But that if they need to score quickly, that they can. But we'll see. I mean, Ohio State's a very good defense. So
yeah. Something else also that I did notice in the chat, someone sort of had a question about, what happens if there is, like, let's say they do the round robin, they all go 11-1, which is actually what I personally was expecting coming into this year. I thought that Penn State would split the series, and then Michigan and Ohio State would split it as well, and we'd have a three-way tie at the top. My understanding is the tiebreaker, obviously it's who has the best record, then the head-to-head, but the first meaningful tiebreaker would be the record of the opponents in the West that they won, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
So that would, the way that things are going, that would bode well for Penn State with that win over not only Iowa, which can potentially now go 11-1. That's a possibility,
Yeah.
but now an unexpected win from Illinois over Maryland. That was a big deal for Penn State, whether people realize it or not.
Yeah.
Oh, I realized it.
An extra win.
And Northwestern, that win over Minnesota. I mean, that I don't know how many more Big Ten games they're going to win. I'm not relying on them really, but maybe they got one or two more in them, which every little bit would help with that tiebreaker scenario. But especially like I said, Iowa, not really. I mean, despite having such a terrible offense, having a quality defense and playing the Big Ten West, they're very good chance. I mean, having the West is theirs to lose at this point. I think they're going to end up being the West rep in the conference championship game, and get slaughtered by whoever comes out of the East. But they'll definitely help Penn State in terms of schedule. And of course, Illinois, as you mentioned, definitely that was a huge upset win at Maryland. We'll see if this maybe lights a spark for Brett Bielema's team, if they can finish strong second half of the season. Would be awesome for the tie-breaking scenario. So we'll see.
Absolutely. Well, I've been on here long enough. I would love to hear from some other Penn State fans, or even a Buckeye or two. So I'll leave it to them, and hopefully we'll hear from some other people.
Sounds good, Argroth. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you, Argroth.
No problem. Thanks.
All right. Let's see. So we're on till it's 9:30. So got about another half hour for us to chill here. Take your comments, questions. If you want to call in, link has been dropped below. You know what? I'll just go ahead and drop that link in there. Once again, got some things to get off your chest. You just got some questions for us about the Penn State-Ohio State game, Penn State and football in general, the Big Ten. So, Pat, just I think I think just some other factors I've been considering is just I think we talked about how is a receiver is going to do against Ohio State's defensive backs. Okay, how do you think we're going to see Kalen King and Marvin Harrison Jr. go out at one-on-one, or do you think they're just going to try to play a little zone, or just maybe just I mean, because I feel like a guy like Kalen, maybe Johnny Dixon. I mean, it will be interesting to see them in a one-on-one scenario with the best receiver in college football. But it could potentially backfire though still, because maybe the best receiver can still make his share of plays against even the best of cover corners.
Yeah, I think we'll see a little bit of everything. Part of the idea of going against, once again, Kyle McCord, good quarterback, but one of the ideas of going against, an Ohio State quarterback that maybe isn't as good as the others is that you want to, give him as many looks as possible and make him uncomfortable, and so he doesn't know what is coming. So, right, the idea that Penn State's just going to have, Kalen King follow Marvin Harrison Jr. around and press coverage one-on-one, like that's obviously not going to happen. But I don't necessarily. It matters if the other OSU wide receiver, Abuka, is going to play as well, because if he is out, that means I imagine Julian Fleming or I want to say his name is Tate Carnell. Am I right on that? Tate Carnell Tate. Got his name mixed up. Carnell Tate is a guy that was a very talented recruit and could be forced into more action should Abuka not be able to play. So to answer your question, Tim, I think we're going to see a lot of everything. I think Diaz is going to try to, confuse McCord as much as possible. And it also matters, how does Penn State's defensive line get pressure on McCord without blitzing? Because I think in an ideal world, guys like Chop Robinson, Disa Isaac, and Denai Dennis Sutton, and Hakeem Bowman, or Beeman rather, and Keziah Izzard and Zane Durant, right? As just rushing 4 guys that Penn State's
Well,
going
it's
to
a
be.
distinct possibility given how Ohio State's offensive line has struggled with other teams' D lines. So it's conceivable they could get a pass rush with just rushing 3 or 4.
Yeah.
So, but we'll see. Wait, we got Dave Valensky here calling in. Dave, welcome. How you doing tonight?
Hey, it's Minnesota Dave.
Minnesota Dave. All right. Not acquainted, but we'll get to know you.
We talked before, way back in the day, way back in the day. I think the last time we talked was the 2019 Gopher Penn State game.
No, don't like that.
Never happened.
That was a great game. That was probably the best moment in the history of Gopher football for a long time. Yeah, my question was basically, just to make it quick. I really think that Penn State could do it. I really think that they have a team that's very much totally improved, a lot better compared to other Penn State teams. You see it when you watch the games. And I also agree with the Michigan man, or what is it, Michigan guy, Michigan man?
Michigan man,
yeah.
Michigan man. Yeah, I just think Ohio State is just not as good as where they have been before. This is maybe a little bit for them a down year. This might be a 2-loss year. I think they're going to lose to Penn State, and I think they're going to lose to Michigan.
Yeah, they certainly lack the juice, offensively. Obviously still a good offense, not to say that they don't have a good offense, but yeah, it definitely feels like that they just are not, in the past when you watch Ohio State games, it felt like you would turn it on with, 2 minutes ago in the first quarter, it was already 21-0 or something crazy like that. And their quarterback already had, he was 14 of 15 for 180 yards and 3 touchdowns. And that just doesn't seem to be the case this year. They're having to depend more on their defense. They're having to depend more on, kind of winning games in uglier fashion. So, I think that certainly helps Penn State and helps any other Big Ten teams that are going against them. But, yeah, I mean, I kind of go back to what we said at the beginning when we were first talking about this, just that, for Penn State to overcome and slay the dragon that is Ohio State, you kind of want to see it before you fully believe it. So I definitely understand why, nationally, although, I'm sure there will be people that will be picking Penn State, but that there is a sense that Ohio State, not only for Vegas, but for national pundits, that Ohio State is, the favorite and expected to win. But yeah, it certainly feels like if there is a year that it finally happens for, Penn State since 2016, that this year is as good as any, certainly in the last 5 years or so.
All right. Yeah. Other thing I was going to talk about that you were basically talking about is Iowa, and of course, next week Minnesota has Iowa. I was actually surprised that the Vegas line only had Iowa winning by 4 points. It's going to be the battle, though. For that game, though, it's going to be the battle of which quarterback actually shows up and actually plays a game halfway decent, because I have not seen anything from Minnesota's quarterback, Aiton Kaliak-Manis, and I definitely have I definitely haven't seen the Iowa guy. He looks like a poor man's Mitch Leitner to me. For those that don't know who Mitch Leitner was, he was the quarterback for the Gophers during the Coach Kill years, where he was just basically a running back that can somewhat throw the ball.
I remember Mitch Leitner.
Yeah. I think he actually
He ended up at Rutgers, didn't he?
From what I heard, I don't know where he went to. I know he was on a scout team or for the NFL. I forgot which NFL team it was, but I know he was on like a practice squad team for an NFL. So it's the last time I heard from him. Was very surprised because they were trying to do basically, I think that scout team or the NFL team was that drafted him or hired him. They didn't draft him. They I think they wanted to put him more as like a wide receiver or a running back, and maybe try to like make him become something like that or a halfback. But anyways, enough about Mitch Leitner. But yeah, anyways, this is definitely Iowa's to lose. I mean, you look at the schedule, Minnesota and Wisconsin, which are probably the only two teams that maybe have a chance of winning this just by talent wise. I feel that I think it's Iowa's to lose because Minnesota and Wisconsin still have to play Ohio State, and this is definitely I think Iowa only has to play like a bunch of like teams that may be lucky that they're going bowling at the end of their season. But just to talk about the Penn State Ohio State game, I'm really excited for this game. This is actually going to be a very interesting game. Is it a night game or is it one of those Fox, afternoon primetime afternoon games? What is it? When they do the Fox primetime afternoon.
The big noon kick. I mean, that's what this weekend's game at Ohio State's going to be. It's big noon. I know the game of Michigan, which will be in State College next month. That's also confirmed big noon. I wish. Well, not for Ohio State, as on the road, but Michigan. I mean, unfortunately, with Fox has I think majority of the media rights to the Big Ten, they're adamant about putting their best, one of their best games on at noon. Now, it may not always be the Big Ten game because they also have deals with the Big 12 and the Big 12 and, soon to be the defunct Pac-12. But they'll still have the Big 12 next year as well to choose games from. But kind of important. I wish, ESPN still had a piece of the pie. Maybe they would try to get a game, with Fowler and Herb Street calling a whiteout. I definitely missed that this year. I mean, no disrespect to, the CBS broadcasting folks. Brian Nessler's fine. Gary Danielson, a little annoying, but
I'm just so used to them doing
SEC.
SEC conference games. So used to them. It's so weird that they go turn on the CBS and actually have a Big Ten game on. It just doesn't feel right.
Yes, Argra, I agree with you 100%. Fox is ruining night games.
Yeah.
I think
they originally marketed it as it's in primetime noon game. This is when they first started doing Big Ten games. So we have the primetime noon game. No, it's not. It's not primetime, and everyone's going to be watching everything else unless you I think there's very little games that are being played at the end of the year at noon because of the Michigan Ohio State game is usually always a noon game.
Well, to be fair, Dave, if it's Colorado, then it is and it's at noon, then it is a primetime noon game.
Oh God, that was hilarious to see them choke to one of the worst college football teams ever.
I watched some of the first half. I went to bed at halftime thinking, okay, I was tired, but it's this is over. It's 29-zip halftime. I mean, Stanford bad. They're not coming back from this. And then wake up the next morning and look at my notifications on the phone, and I have some alert from a CBS Sports app about Stanford's incredible comeback. So
I'll
take.
I watched the second half just to see it, because I watched like the fourth quarter, I think, of the second half, and I'm like, oh my gosh, they're gonna lose this game to a really bad Stanford team. That was fun, and I remember like all the Stanford, I was about to say Northwestern, all the Stanford guys holding their hands up and showing their watches once the game was over. It was just hilarious.
I did watch the highlights on YouTube the next day, so I mean it. Yeah, I think it all is partially that I can't put it all in defense though, because I mean the offense, they had just been able to be a little as anywhere close to productive as they were in the first half. They still would have scored in the 40s maybe and just put that out of reach for Stanford to force overtime. But yeah, Shedeur Sanders made some pretty poor decisions, like either with taking sacks or with not throwing the ball away, instead trying to force a pass downfield, which would get intercepted, which he did that in one of the overtime periods, and that ultimately cost him. So,
well, it didn't cost him anything, but he's going to get a lot of money. Yeah, it cost the team a lot. It just didn't cost him a lot. He got how much money for playing now? That kid, God, I think he's almost he's at his NIL is like almost at NFL levels for average pay. But anyways, yeah, I again end it really quickly. Can't wait. I hope Penn State wins, man. Go Nippy Lions.
Yeah.
Thank you, Minnesota Dave.
Good luck to your Gophers the rest of the season. I know it's been tough for you guys, but
it's been interesting. It's I don't know what's going to happen. PJ Fleck is not yet on the hot seat, but he's getting dang close.
You think so? I mean, it's one bad season. Didn't he have back-to-back 9-win seasons before this? I mean,
oh yeah.
I think for Minnesota, that's really. I mean,
he's only had 2 technically losing seasons. His first year, he was 5-7, and then the COVID year hit, and he was like, I think he was like 4-3 or something like that. It was like we missed so many games. COVID year should not even count for most teams. It was such a fiasco.
Preaching the choir.
God doesn't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it never happened. So
yeah, well, yeah, for Penn State fans, it definitely didn't happen. You didn't really show up all that much that year. But yeah, I'll talk to you later. Have a nice day, guys, and enjoy the weekend.
Thanks,
perfect.
Dave.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You as well. Tim, can we talk about this comment here? I just want to.
Hummus Hero. Find it interesting that someone determines Ohio State to be less than prior incarnations, 6 games of being unbeaten. It's almost like trying to will something into existence.
Can I just say? Let me just point this out very quickly. Ohio State is very good. Nobody is taking away the fact that Ohio State could very easily win the Big Ten. That Ohio State can go to the college football playoff. That's when we say that this isn't that great of an Ohio State team, we're not saying that they're not capable of winning the Big Ten, going to the college football playoff, and perhaps winning a national championship. It's just the fact that for the first time in what feels like since, man, how many years, that this team isn't one by far the biggest favorite in the Big Ten, but that even nationally that they're maybe not the number 2 or number 3 team, that they're sort of back with the pack. And what kind of makes this point make sense, at least for us as Penn State fans, is that going back to 2016, Ohio State goes to Penn State. Ohio State's an 18-point favorite. Penn State, Ohio State playing 20
double digits, I know, but
yeah, big time. 18 points. Penn State, Ohio State, right? We mentioned this 2017 game where, people are saying, at least somebody, I think it was Michigan Man, said that, Penn State had the better team, that Penn State was ranked number 2 at the time. Penn State goes into the horseshoe, and they were a 7-point underdog. Ohio State, it was, at least here, it closed as a 7-point favorite. 2018, they were Despite going on the road to the whiteout against a top 10 Penn State team, they are a 4-point favorite. 2019 at home with Justin Fields, they're a 19-point favorite. 2020 didn't happen. Who cares? 2021, Ohio State's a 19-point favorite. 2022, Ohio State's a 15.5-point favorite. This year, Ohio State, despite the fact that they're at home, is only a 4-point favorite. So that it's not us trying to will the fact that Ohio State maybe isn't as good as other teams. Vegas, which their whole goal is to make money, also thinks this as well. But once again, just to hammer this point home, Ohio State's very good. But Ohio State wins the Big Ten this year, nobody would be surprised. It's just the fact that they are not, far and away, at least from what they have shown in previous years, seem like they are that type of team. So just want to mention that. It's the same thing that we mentioned with Kyle McCord before. We're simply grading Ohio State on the scale of Ohio State. And if anything, it should be a compliment to what Ohio State has been in previous years, that them going on the road and being a really good Notre Dame team, and that Kyle McCord having 11 touchdowns and 1 interception, and all in all, being one of the better quarterbacks in the country. And people are still looking at them as like, maybe they're not as good as they are. It's a compliment to where that program is at and where it has been more than anything else. So just want to point that out.
And 10-2 is the absolute floor for this Ohio State team. And that's a testament to just the talented depth they accumulate.
It's Bama, Georgia, Ohio State. I don't look at this as right, like we look at Clemson and Dabo, how down they are. Nobody thinks that's happening at Ohio State. Not this season, not in the coming seasons. So just want to make that point clear that if anything, it's not so much that Ohio State is bad, it's that they're not as good as they always have been. And that this is, at least from our perspective, the best Penn State team since at least 2017. So it's kind of a mixture of everything, going right at the right time. And we'll see if that comes to fruition on Saturday. I would not be shocked if Penn State loses, right? Tim and I started this podcast, this show off as saying that we have no idea what will happen, that Ohio State could win, Penn State could win. And after 2 hours of talking about it, I think that we are both still in the same place, that we're going to have to do some thinking about this next couple of days.
Although I will say, check out blackshadarius.com this coming Friday. We will have our predictions roundtable up Friday morning. So we will have a prediction. Just like I said, thinking about it, even if I did have a score prediction already, I still wouldn't share it because I would tell you just check out Black Stars on Friday. Speaking of which, blackshadar.com, that's your year-round one-stop shop for Penn State sports coverage, especially right now with football season going on. Pat, you've got several posts you do during the week. I do position grades every Sunday, the day after the game, and Monday I do a turning point segment, which basically just highlights one particular moment or play in the game that you can look back and say that swung the momentum permanently in the winner's favor. And also, we got it's mid-October. Before it will be in November. College basketball season will be starting up. We'll be ratcheting up our hoops coverage at Black Diaries. Our wrestling team, especially, they've won 10 out of the last 12 national championships. We got some excellent wrestling writers on there. Hockey started. The team trying to get back to the NCAA tournament again. We got some people covering that too. So it's not just football. We cover the other major sports at Penn State. So check us out. If you've been one guy I mentioned before, have been following us for, I forgot your name if I can find you, but someone's been working for about 12 years. Love to see that. So go check us out. It's about 10 minutes. I guess we can always end a tad early if we don't have any other callers in. But Pat, any other thoughts, like final thought, just going into this game? Anything you want to get off your chest?
Man, I feel like I've said a lot. I would like for Abdul Carter to be the best version. I think one of the few things we have not mentioned is that he has been, we talked a lot about Nick Singleton, talked a lot about Kate Allen, talked about Drew, Daddy, of course, and how they need to play well. But I think Abdul Carter, if he can come out and have a game-wrecking type game that he showed that, he was possible of last year multiple times, that he hasn't shown too much this year. Once again, it's just a case of he's, I think, trying to play smart and make the right play, and definitely wanted to see him stay in position and not get out of position. Think that he needs to be a superhero, but I think for Penn State to win this game, there's so many dudes on that defense, but he's a guy that I've circled as I think that he can take his game to another level, and that he is somebody that will need to have a big game at Penn State, comes out on top. So if I kind of had to pick an X factor, it is Abdul Carter, just because I think that he is capable of a Michael Parsons-esque performance, a LeVar Arrington, a LeVar Bowman-esque performance. So we'll see. What about you? Any last thoughts after 2 hours of talking?
Yeah, you want to talk X factors? So you Abdul Carter. I guess my X factor would be Drew Aller. His other 2 road starts so far, haven't been his best performances. Like I said, haven't been terrible, but like the one guy highlighted, 52% completion rate on the road. He's only thrown 1 touchdown, no interceptions to his credit. But I want to see can he buck the trend? I mean, again, playing in Ohio, playing at a hospital, maybe that. Maybe he thrives on that. Him being his homecoming, maybe he just balls out on, a team that was very late to offer him. I think they offered him his fall of his senior year after he'd been committed to Penn State, since March of that year. So I'm curious to see if he can, have his best road performance yet. It's going to be tough against, Ohio State D, but I'm going to say, if this kid is a great quarterback, I think he'll find a way to get it done. And, he's been, just credit, he's been pretty like even flow kind of guy, doesn't get too high, doesn't get too low. He's very, very methodical, consistent. So hopefully he can keep that up this weekend. But we'll see. I guess that would be my X factor, because I'm confident. I think the defense can do enough to help Penn State win, but the offense is also going to do its part too. And thus far they have, but this is going to be a whole nother challenge. This will be probably. I mean, would you put this above Iowa's defense? I mean, I think even though they're not as, I would. I mean, even if they're not quite as aggressive,
just the dudes they have, the way. I mean,
just the sheer talent they have. I mean, I would put it. So I mean, this is the toughest challenge they face thus far in defense. So it's, again, that's why I'm kind of waffling back and forth on my prediction. And while I probably won't have a final prediction until maybe like Thursday night or something. So we'll see. But yeah. Oh, thanks, Connor. Penn State guys, refreshing for the channel. I guess apparently you guys don't get enough Penn State guys coming on this show. So glad
I love Oregon State. They're up there for me as far as teams that I just always seem to root for. They're very, very high up there for me.
I really feel bad for you guys too. You're getting absolutely screwed with this conference realignment stuff. I really hope you guys can land on your feet somewhere in a good conference, and hang on to that coaching staff and players. I mean, Jonathan Smith's really turned that program around.
This is a good point from Daniel that, Iowa, I mean, Iowa's defense is very, very good, but how they're, against really good teams, they're kind of left out to dry. That you can be as good as you want if you're, Penn State game was crazy enough, but right, if you're constantly being put in bad positions, and even just for your own psyche as a defense, knowing that going into a game against an Ohio State or Michigan or Penn State, that you basically can't give up more than 10 points and feel all that comfortable that your offense will be able to score. So that definitely is a good point. And, kind of is what we were saying, but certainly this is a tougher challenge than the Iowa defense, just because not everything is in a vacuum. So
Penn State could own this chat by the end of this season.
I hope so.
Oh, that'd be nice, Ferris. Depending on how things shake out 5 days from now, maybe we'll get closer to that reality. But But yeah, just about time for us to hit the road, hit the hay. It's a school night, so but thanks everyone for sticking around or tuning in, and those of you who called in and chatted with us. We enjoyed it, we appreciated it. We enjoyed being guest hosts of the show. We hope maybe we'll do this again, maybe perhaps next month when we're previewing Michigan. Hopefully, still as an undefeated team by that point. But again, we'll find out for sure. Only 5 days from now. As you can tell, I keep saying 5 days because my mind is already hoping it's Saturday. And okay, got a few minutes to talk to Hummus Hero briefly. Hello, Hummus.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. Everything.
Good. Yeah, I just wanted to call in because I was trying to chat more stuff in the or type more stuff in the chat, but it's kind of hard. So I know you're getting ready to end it, but I just wanted to kind of talk a little bit about what I was trying to explain, just a little bit further, if that's okay. If you have a couple more minutes.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, so I was explaining it to a few other people earlier. Like, we kind of have this thing where we make a determination on a team kind of midway through the season, and we kind of, I don't want to say deny, but we kind of neglect to remember history, where you go back and you look at some of the better teams, just not even all time, just take the CFP era. Like 2016 Clemson struggled in a few games early and ended up losing in, I think it was week 10 to a 5-4 Pitt team. You know what I mean? And then they ended up winning it all, And the same thing with Ohio State in 2014, the first year they lost to a 6-6 Virginia Tech team in week 2. So, like, we don't always see it that some teams really greatly improve throughout the season from week 1 to week 12. It's a completely different team, and some teams plateau very early, and what you see is kind of what you get, and a lot of the time it has to do with coaching changes and experience on the roster and things like that. So, I'm not saying that this Ohio State team isn't potentially a step down from where other ones are. I'm with you. If I was just to judge it right now by what we've seen to date, I would actually agree. But I'm also, going to be realistic and say that there still is potential that they could exceed what the previous 3-4 teams have done. So I don't know what you think about that.
Well, if they beat Penn State this weekend, the only thing standing in between them and an undefeated season is Michigan, and I know Michigan will be favored and probably rightly so, but I'm certainly not ruling out, Ohio State winning that game. It's, rivalry games, you kind of throw out the records, you know what I mean? I even like during, I remember, I know Michigan lost like 10, or they went 10 years between beating you guys, I think between like 2011, 2021. But I remember there were a couple of years where even like with some of their lesser teams, I think back to, I want to say it was 2013 when they actually, I think at the end they score a touchdown and they go for 2 and the win instead of playing for overtime.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I don't think anyone was expected. If it was on paper, that's a game like maybe you think Ohio State should win by a couple touchdowns, but Michigan was just matching them like score for score. So, I wouldn't rule out Ohio State. Down into pulling the upset.
Absolutely. And I think it actually applies to Ohio State and Penn State too. Because like what you were saying before I got on here about the point spreads in previous games, I think a lot of those years where the point spread was up in the teens, it ended up being like a game that went straight down to the wire. So, I think the same thing applies with the Ohio State Penn State game oftentimes, where Vegas has been pretty dramatically incorrect. So, and just one more thing before we go. I also, another point on it too, when we're evaluating Ohio State, we have to remember that, you know, if you're just comparing them to themselves within the conference and you go back 5 years, you know, a lot of the times, yeah, Penn State was pretty good sometimes at that point, but I think that we could probably agree that with the big three teams in the Big Ten East this year, this is as strong as the three combined have been. So, you know, just because Penn State's better and Michigan looks to be really elite doesn't necessarily mean that the Ohio State team is actually worse. It just means that those two teams are going to pose even more of a potential threat to them than they would in previous years. You know, so that's also something to consider when we're looking at it and saying, oh, they have a chance to really get, you know, knocked down by these two. Well, those two are better. You know, that's just part of the reality. It doesn't mean that Ohio State's taken this dramatic step down. It just means that they've risen up closer to the level or above the level. So, but just a couple points. I mean, I liked almost everything you guys were saying, and I wasn't what I said there that you brought up on the screen. I actually wasn't directing this at you. It was more at other people in the chat because, you know, I mean, I get it. When you've been top dog in the conference for so long, everybody wants to find any little, you know, crack in your foundation and tear it to the ground. That's why I said, you know, trying to will this into existence, because that's just kind of that's what it is. It comes with the territory. So, you know, but until the house crumbles, it's still standing. So we'll see what happens. But hey, thanks for having me on, guys. I'll let you get off of here if you're trying to end the stream.
All right.
Perfect.
Thanks,
Thank you, Thomas. Here.
Appreciate it.
See you later.
All right, folks. Well, thanks everyone for tuning in. You know, if you watched the entire 4-hour stream, you know, big kudos to you. But, you know, thanks to Mark for starting us up and allowing us to, you know, park this bus in the garage for the night these last couple of hours. So hopefully, you know, this is fun, Pat. Hopefully we'll get to do this again maybe next month when we're previewing Michigan or something. So, yeah, it's the rest of you. Thanks for calling in, for commenting. Really appreciate your engagement here and, you know, for being patient with us. So looking forward to what should be a great game on Saturday. Of course, hopefully in our case, Penn State finally gets over the hump and, you know, wins for the first time in 7 years, but we shall see. For Tim and Patrick, thanks again for tuning in, and we will catch you Saturday afternoon for the post-game show.